Vulindlela wemamgophozi eunyana wami elele uyashada namhlanje. Vulindlela wena manyauza suba nomona unyana wami uthathile. Vulindlela wemamgophozi eunyana wami elele uyashada namhlanje. Vulindlela wena manyauza suba nomona unyana wami uthathile. Bengingazi yombona umakoti wanyana wami ujongile this time. Maradebe suke ingokweni uze emshadweni siyashadisa namhlanje. Bebe sithi unyana wami ulisoka. Bebe sithi angeke ashade. Vulindlela wemamgophozi vulindlela yelumona. Vulindlela wemamgophozi vulindlela yelumona. Kodwa wena mangobese hey unomona ngoba unanyana unentombi zodwa ya yo mangobese. Hey unomona ngoba awunaya unayino njengowami. Bengingazi yombona umakoti wanyana wami ujongile this time. Maradebe suke ingokweni uze emshadweni siyashadisa namhlanje. Bebe sithi unyana wami ulisoka. Bebe sithi angeke ashade. Vulindlela wemamgophozi vulindlela yekela umona. 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 Vulindlela wemamanyauza suba nomona unyana wami uthathile. Vulindlela wena manyauza suba nomona unyana wami uthathile. Vulindlela
okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at you. And the Kirigaya. Mama said I want to go kwa. Akana mutelumba. Owe butike. Aganilu ne butilo wanemu. Ata me wanke ya dipa kwa ya jomba.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejembo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejembo, anamu. Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Since he was born and now he's getting old. That is the sequence of life, isn't it? Since we were all born, we all start to get old. Is there any great mystery to whatever was said just there? So since he was born, including myself and yourself, you start to get old. So that it is, the gospel according to the Okrika Orchestra of Ikolobia. So the Okrika Orchestra of Ikolobia, good day to you, good to be in your company. And why am I sitting in such a sluggish manner? It's just so slobbing. You see, I'm getting, they say familiarity breeds contempt. I think I'm getting too accustomed to you guys. I don't even make the effort to smarten up anymore. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. If your day is still ongoing, hope it's glorious and wonderful. That's my wish to you. Good day to you. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you to do so. Please do so. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. We're after 100 subscribers before the end of this month. It is achievable by the numbers, the volumes that watch us is sufficient enough to easily get that. So if you check your device and you notice that you're not already subscribed, then set us on that journey with your contribution of your subscription. So like and subscribe. Look at your device now. If you're not subscribed, correct that by subscribing. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it into the comment section again
so that it is the first line item in the comment section. That makes it immediate to hand. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink. You know, I say this thing so often, it becomes like a patter cake something. I just rattle it off. But if you do want to come and join me on the screen, do click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. That is your golden ticket to ride on the Juggernaut train. Not even the Juggernaut train, no, the Oriental Express. Is that the most luxurious train in the world? That's what they tell us. To ride on the Oriental Express, that is the one man went to more experience. Your golden ticket to the first class carriage is that hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. So click on that, hop on board, come have a tete-a-tete, as they say on TVC. Come have a tete-a-tete with what man went to know. So all that. What else did I want? What else do I usually say? Okay, so I've said like, so hopefully you have all clicked on the like button. I've said subscribe, so hopefully you've all subscribed. I've invited you to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You are highly encouraged to do that. And then say hello to me in the comment section. Let me know where you're joining us from so I can acknowledge your presence, say hello back. So that's number 4. So like is number 1, subscribe is number 2, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard is number 3. Say hello to me in the comment section is number 4. Share the links to the, just copy the URL. As I'm doing it now, just be carrying out the actions and then letting me know in the comment section that you have done it. So number 5 is share the links as widely as you can. And number 6 is super chats towards the stream. So we want to encourage you to start doing that. There was a time that was done fairly regularly, not anymore. Now we want to start that again. So make sure that's the lubricant that lubricates the engine of commerce is those super chats. So super chat towards the stream as well. So all those things. Good day to you and all that. So another day, another dollar. That's just the narrative of the Nigerian space. So many things going on. So many. But the biggest thing going on, of course, is the cabinet reshuffle that happened earlier on today. So that's the biggest news item. And within that big news item, it is the removal of Wale Edun, who has been with Tinubu since Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State up to pretty much today. He has been his right-hand man in terms of finance. So the removal of Wale Edun, so that's the big story that is circulating within the Nigerian firmament. So Goodluck Jonathan comes out to respond to Atiku Abubakar. So what's ignited that response, and what was that response all about? So you have to hang around and find out. So there's that. So the people implementing the trade agreement that Tinubu signed in London, that may not be sexy, but it's important. So you might want to hang around and find out. Tinubu reshuffles cabinet, appoints Oyedele as finance minister. So that trajectory was always in the pipeline because, of course, of the stellar work that was done by Oyedele as the tax reform guy. So that's pretty much the hub of it. El Rufai's bail conditions, it's been denied bail, essentially remanded in custody till June. So what does that mean, and what politics is in play there? So you have to hang around and find out. Victor Ume to Atiku, shelve 2027 presidential bid, support younger aspirants. So we'll be going to that space because Peter Obi is being sold as the candidate of the young people. But actually, let me just check now, actually. Because Peter Obi, you may be surprised that it's probably closer to 70 than he is to 50. Google. Let me just find out. I've never really, because it cuts this image of a young sort of a person, but it's not at all young. At least not in the sense of, hold on, let me just find out. I'm just on Google now. How old is Peter Obi? Okay. Right, it's a 64-year-old man. So if he gets elected now, he was born in July. So which means that in a couple of months, where are we now? January, February, March, April, May, June, July. In 3 months, Peter Obi will be it will be a 65-year-old man. So if he gets elected, by the time he's sworn in, he'll be a 67-year-old man. If he loses that election, which is likely to do, by the time the next cycle of elections come round, he'll be round about 70 years old. So Peter Obi may not be as young as you probably imagine that he was. So that's Peter Obi right there, the 65-year-old candidate of the Nigerian youth. So there's that one. And a whole sorts of other things, actually. Things will pop up as we carry along. So, and then there's been protestations from Cubana chief priest, Topi Cubana. It says, not protestations, actually. It says, it is not something that will be done by force. Obi Cubana speaks on Kanu's release. So this is the price that is being paid now for that payoff that these guys got from the Tinubu government. So we will have a look at that as well. So a whole myriad of all sorts. So lean back, kick back, take it. Let me actually put that on the screen. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just go. Let's just get started, shall we? You know, some of these things I just rattle them off. Let's get started with this one. It is not something that will be done by force. Obi Cubana speaks on Kanu's release. So Nigerian businessman Obi Cubana has shared his views on the continued detention and legal situation involving Nnamdi Kanu. Let me tell you something for free, actually. After the next cycle of elections, after the 2027 elections, Nnamdi Kanu's case will ultimately end up at the Supreme Court, and they will give him the death penalty, because that is what the instinct of the court is to give him. But they just need to get the elections out of the way first. When Nnamdi Kanu gets to the Supreme Court, they will give him the death penalty. There's no question about that. And that's what Nigerians want, by the way, for all of the atrocities, all of the people that this guy has spied, especially in the Southeast. The majority of Nigerians want him to face the capital punishment. It is not something that will be done by force. Obi Cubana speaks on Kanu's release. Nigerian businessman Obi Cubana, what's his real name actually, has shared his views on the continued detention and legal situation involving Nnamdi Kanu. Correspondents report that he spoke during a recent interview on BBC Igbo. So this guy is not being interviewed on the BBC. Speaking on the matter, he said the case should be handled with fairness and proper legal steps, not through pressure or force. He explained that the situation requires patience and a gradual approach, adding that he believes the issue will eventually lead to Kanu's release in due time. He said, on the case of Nnamdi Kanu, I have said it earlier that the government needs to treat him the same way they treat others, but it is not something that will be done by force. It is a step-by-step process. This time around, soon, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be free. So it's compelled to say that to retain his position amongst his own community. And then it goes on to tell us about Nnamdi Kanu's journey. But so that's the position of Cubana chief priest right there, or whichever one of them, one of those sort of elements. Anyway, that's what he thinks of the Nnamdi Kanu situation. Still staying within the Southeast. So this is a long-awaited headline. Nigeria, coronation of Igbo kings abroad is banned. And I think this ban now is coming from the Ohanese. Members of the Igbo ethnic group have been banned from installing their kings outside Nigeria. This follows a recent controversy over the coronation of an Igbo king in South Africa, which sparked outrage among South Africans. Now, the social cultural umbrella body of the Igbo people worldwide, Ohanese Ndigbo, so it is from them, has announced a ban on any such coronation abroad. And that should be, actually, it should not just be abroad, actually, it should be outside of their own regional space. You cannot coronate yourself a king outside of your region, because of course, then that will, if you have a king If you're a king, then you have a dominion. So who is your dominion? You have to be king over a land now. So how can you be king over somebody else's land? So that's where the friction starts. So it's not just outside of Nigeria, but really outside of their region. And I noticed that they're not coronating themselves kings in Sokoto and Kano and places like that, because the response will be swift and brutal. So it's just really the libertarian spaces that they go to do these things. It says members of the where are we? Members of the Igbo ethnic group have been banned from installing their kings outside of Nigeria. This follows a recent controversy over the coronation of an Igbo king in South Africa, which sparked outrage among South Africans. Now, the socio-cultural umbrella body of the Igbo people worldwide, Ohaneze Indigo, has announced a ban on any such coronation abroad. The Nigerian government has backed the decision. Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign... Why has Bianca Ojukwu not been elevated to a full minister? Our foreign minister has resigned for reasons that he wants to contest the Bauchi state seat. So why has Bianca Ojukwu not been elevated to a full minister? Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, who attended the meeting of Ohanese's highest decision-making body, where the decision was taken on the 9th of April in the city of Enugu, said the worrisome practice of coronation of Igbo kings overseas has negatively impacted on Nigeria's image and diplomatic relations. So I think this was the stick that broke the camel's back, or whatever that phrase is. This was the one that now generated all that kerfuffle in South Africa. Bianca Ojukwu, who is also from the Igbo ethnic group, said installing traditional rulers abroad is often viewed as an affront by the host population. She added that flamboyance and the excessive display of wealth by Nigerians during such coronation ceremonies, whilst in some cases citizens of the host country face economic struggles, are downright insensitive. So that one is more of a Nigerian thing, isn't it? So that's that one there. They are banning this vexatious habit of going around other people's land, constituting a nuisance. So there's that one. I made a mistake, but I did my best. Jonathan replies article. So this is Jonathan playing himself slowly back into the fray. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has responded to recent criticism by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, admitting he made mistakes whilst in office, but insisted he acted in the best interest of Nigeria. Mr. Atiku, a presidential hopeful on the platform of the African Democratic Congress ADC, had described Jonathan as inexperienced, arguing that his tenure was marked by notable missteps. I know Goodluck Jonathan very well. He's a decent young man, but also inexperienced, and I believe that contributed to his inability to manage the affairs of the country, particularly when he was faced by challenges, Atiku said during an interview on Arise TV. But speaking on Monday at the 2025, it's not 2025, but 2026, Association of Retired Career Ambassadors of Nigeria award ceremony in Abuja, Mr. Jonathan dismissed the claim that his age affected his performance, noting that leadership inevitably comes with errors. So not too long ago, a very senior politician said Jonathan was too young, and probably that is why he made mistakes. If I made mistakes, yes, nobody who becomes a governor or a president will say you did not make mistakes. All humans make mistakes. Mr. Jonathan noted that he assumed office in 2010 at the age of 53 and left in 2015 at the age of 58, questioning the suggestion that he was too young. So I think 53 is roughly the right age for a Nigerian president. 45 to 53 is just about right as your first entry into that space, not 65 like Peter Obi. So that's the back and forth between Jonathan and what's his name, Atiku Abubakar. So let's go now to the headline piece. Tinubu reshuffles cabinet, appoints Oyedele as finance minister. So of course, then that dumps Wale Edun. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved a minor cabinet reshuffle affecting changes in the membership of the Federal Executive Council, with the exit of 2 ministers and the appointment of replacements. The decision conveyed in a memo signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akome, directed the immediate redeployment of portfolios to strengthen governance deliverance. According to a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the SGF on Media and Publicity, Yomi Odunuga, Mr. Wale Edun has been relieved of his duties as Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy under the reshuffle. He is to hand over to Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who has now been elevated to the position from his previous role as Minister of State in the ministry. He was only appointed Minister of State in that ministry barely 2 months ago. Similarly, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musta Dangiwa, is to exit the cabinet, with the president naming Dr. Adama as ministerial nominee and minister designate to the ministry. The directive also mandates that Dangiwa hand over to the Minister of State in the ministry pending the... so this one sounds more like a sacking more than anything else. According to the memo, all handover and takeover processes are to be completed by the close of business on Thursday, April the 23rd. So it's essentially, this sounds like a get out. This is a get out right here. So it should be completed by Thursday, which is in 2 days' time. Explaining the rationale for the change, Akume said the reshuffle was designed to strengthen cohesion, synergy in governance, as well as achieve more impactful delivery on the economy to Nigerians through the renewed hope agenda. So how much more room do they have? How does this permutate towards the election? So that's the sacking of Wale Edun right there, who I think he may well have gone for health reasons. You know, there was a time he was in London for a very long time, just tendering to his health. President Bola Tinubu has approved a minor reshuffle. I think we've just now done this. According to the memo, Taiwo Oyedele has been appointed, so we've done that. Also appointed is Dr. Motaka Dana as Minister Designate for Housing and Urban Development. So, so that's the same one as the one we just read. So on to this one now. El Rufai denied bail to remain in custody as court adjourns trial to June. So when April, May, June. So it's a good 2 months in court. They're looking to break his will, and no matter how stubborn he is, his will will be broken. That's just my reading of it. They're looking to break his will. A Kaduna State High Court on Thursday refused bail to former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, and adjourned further proceedings to the first week of June 2026. The presiding judge, Justice Darius Kobo, fixed the adjournment after listening to arguments from counsel, directing that the case should proceed on a day-to-day basis at the next sitting. Speaking with reporters shortly after, I think I saw clips of his lawyer actually rallying the troops after the court, telling them to keep on fighting and all that. Speaking to reporters shortly after the ruling, defense counsel Ubong Akpan faulted the court's decision, particularly the denial of bail to his client. He said, the court, in its wisdom, decided that because Nasir El-Rufai is a former governor, he is going to interfere with the investigation. Consequently, he is not entitled to bail in an allegation of financial impropriety. Akpan, however, acknowledged that the court's efforts acknowledge the court's effort, but maintain that his disagreement is anyway, he disagrees with what they are saying. We are grateful to his lordship for the learning he has shown, but we respectfully disagree. That's the end of it. There is not much more to say, he added. The senior lawyer disclosed that the defense team would challenge the decision through the appropriate legal channels. The next step is to take the legal steps required to challenge it. The matter has been adjourned to the first week of June for a day-to-day hearing to address all issues before the court. So I'm not quite sure. By the time they've challenged it, the time would have lapsed anyway. So let him just stay there and cool his heels. Victor Umeto Atiku, shelve your presidential bid, support younger aspirants. So we've already established that Peter B is not a younger aspirant because he's not far from Atiku in age. So I think we know what this one has to tell us. So we don't have to read through that. Sorry, I was hearing myself back from a device there for a moment. So we have that already. So yes, where were we? Did Victor made something? Let's go on to this one. Our federal government files 13 charge against coup plotters. So the coup plotters have resurfaced, and it looks as though this is another death penalty case. But they'll keep kicking this can down the road until after the elections. Then after the elections, then they'll just carry out the death penalty. So it's just that. So that's a capital punishment offense right there. So now let's now go to the clips that we have. Let's go to the clips. All right, we'll kick it off with this one. So let's go. So now, how many times have I repeated? Have I said what this? Oh, no audio. Oh, all right. So sorry. Let me see if I can fix that. Let me just play you a little bit of music. I'll fix that momentarily. Let me just play you. Let me play you a little bit of music. All right. Oh, okay. Let's try it again. Tell me if you can. You should be able to hear the volume now. So tell me if you can hear it now. This usually fixes it. Hopefully, it's fixed now as well. Let's try again.
Now, let's assume Peter Obi had no choice but to leave Labour Party. Let's assume APC, INEC, they colluded to frustrate him and he had no option than to go. Where did Peter Obi decide to move to? Mind you, Peter Obi was the proponent of a new Nigeria, doing away with the structure of criminality. The old order needed to change, something new needed to come, end corruption, do away with the old system.
They told you have no structure. Our structure of criminality, structure of no fuel, structure of rising greed, structure of no electricity, structure of poverty. That is the.
So I never knew that Bianca Ojukwu was once upon a time with Peter Obi. Is that not Bianca Ojukwu right behind him right there? So that's Peter Obi telling us how he's going to end the structure of criminality. He said that you heard him. So we carry on.
Structure of no electricity, structure of poverty. That is the structure we want to throw away.
Decided to enter a party that has the likes of Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Aregbesola, Dino Melaye, El-Rufai. The absolute.
So if those names that this guy listed, if those are not the structures of criminality, then every single Nigeria is a saint. That is the very rot that is hemorrhaging the Nigerian space. Those names, just those four enough. That is all of the things that is rotting in the state of Denmark in Nigeria. That is the evil that afflicts us. Those names. That exactly right there is the structure of criminality. Atiku Abubakar, Malami, El-Rufai, Aregbesola, this Rotimi Amechi. That is the dictionary definition of structures of corruption and criminality right there. But those are the new party men of Peter Obi.
Worst of the parties that everybody claims has brought us to where we are, PDP and APC. Combine both of them. These are the people that you want to work together with to bring the new Nigeria. There's a popular saying credited to Albert Einstein: only a mad person does the same thing expecting a different result. It is clearly obvious that this man has no principles. This man is just jumping to get his own person. He's jumping from pillar to post to achieve his own personal ambition. And mind you, I do not have a problem with that. Everybody is free to, achieve whatever it is they want to achieve. What I have a problem with are stupid, hypocritical followers. This man is clearly running from pillar to post to achieve his own self-interest. But you turn around and condemn people who are trying to do the same. Look at how they vilify the city boy movement. These are a set of businessmen. Let's assume that the reason they are supporting Tinubu is to protect their businesses, to expand their businesses. What is wrong in that? How is it different from what Peter Obi is doing? These businessmen, they are aligning with a set of quote-unquote bad politicians to achieve their own aims. And then this another businessman has colluded with a set of quote-unquote bad politicians too to achieve his own aim. But he's a saint. These ones are criminals. Are you not insane? How can't you see it? So let's even assume now that ADC, they come to a consensus and say Peter Obi is our candidate. Everybody, they rally behind him, they invest all their money, they push him, he rides the wave and he becomes president. What next? Atiku Abubakar that has been running for 20 years, that has spent billions for this ambition, will sit back and say, yes, I don't need to make my money back. I've gotten what I wanted to achieve. That Peter Obi has gone there, he will block all the wastages, he will stop corruption. Nigeria will now be great. This is what I've always wanted to achieve. I don't need anything from the government. Dino Melaye, I don't need another Rolls Royce. I've acquired enough properties. I just want Nigeria to work. I don't need anything from the government again. El-Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, this is just what we want. We don't have any requests. We just want Nigeria to be great for Nigerians. People are nowhere.
You see, so that says it all right there. You people are not well. The Peter Obi narrative is just it's just an ethnic narrative. That's all, and it's not even an ethnic narrative. It's just the gluttonous ambition of one single man. Peter Obi is desperate with every pore of his being to be the Nigerian president. And is this just a narcissistic desperation that is playing out now? nothing else. He's not after a better Nigeria. He wants. Do you remember? Anyway, if you don't know what Peter Obi is by now, then I cannot help you. Let's listen to what Tinubu has to. Oh no, I've not shared that. Let's let me share this. Is that shared now? Oh, all right. Let me share this, and then let's listen what Tinubu has to say about Atiku Abubakar.
What has been the problem in the past is a Nigerian that is trying to finance long-term projects with short-term funding. We have not embarked upon serious long-term outlook for our country. And people like you, a leader that is so committed, so visionary, Nigeria is on the right.
All right, that's been bogged down somewhat. So we're not going to labor that one too much. Let's just go on to the last one, and then we'll try and kick things off if we can assemble a panel. So here is the president of Ghana poking fun at the politicians in his government. This is more on a more lighthearted note, but this really speaks to the whole of the African political experience.
When the contractors get paid, they go and buy a Land Cruiser for themselves. Car dealers also benefits. And even the spouses, the wives, and the side chicks also benefit. Because when they are paid and they get something, they give their wives and side chicks, some of the money. And that's an important avenue because you know where that one too goes. When the spouses and the side chicks too get, hairdressers get, dressmakers get, jewelry shops get, handbag sellers get. So don't discount that one at all. When the contractors get paid,
Excuse
they
me.
buy a Land Cruiser.
So I think that's what they call trickle-down economy right there. I beg your pardon, I just had a sneeze there. So I think that's what they call trickle-down economy right there. So that's all I have to offer. I'll play the K-Guide. I'll play the K-Guide song. Send the link again. Hopefully people turn up. Then we'll have a conversation.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chief Wale ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba. Good to have Baba in the house. Joining us, Bishop. Good to have Bishop in the house. Also joining us, Kenny Mighty. Good to have Kenny Mighty in the house. And Bishop.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Good to have you here, Kenny. Thank you for turning up. So let's start it off. Kick it off with Baba. So Baba, floor is yours. Wale Edun out, but I wouldn't call it a sacking. Or would you? If I was saying in the opening phase that it may well be health related, or really, Oyedele a better option. What are you making of this parting of ways?
Yes, thank you, woman. I hope you had a nice day.
Thank you. Yes.
My co-panelists, I salute you. And my people in the comment area, favorites are there today. Your former Oshunleti and Latu, I can't remember them, and Chichi, of course, they are all there. Pardon me, those I can't readily recall their name. And esteemed viewers, I hope you've clicked the like button, most importantly. And I hope you've subscribed too, so that you can get notification all the time, so you don't get to miss any broadcasts from this panel. You're going to enjoy it, so do the needful and be part of it. Don't be a spoiler. Yes, woman. Before I come to the issue of the day, I just want to play a small this thing for you and my audience.
Elders comes out to lie.
Oh, who is this person disturbing my? Who is this? Sorry.
We see them on this show. Old heads. They come here and they lie.
No, stop that now. Stop that.
No. My brother, leave me. My brother, when people ask me, leave me alone. Let me just talk. Leave me alone. Let me talk.
No. So, Simba, no. You can't do that.
I can do that.
I did not talk to you. I did not talk to you. Somebody recorded to me.
I'm lambasting my race.
Your race.
Simba, you are put on mute. I am the moderator. When it's your time to be a moderator, then you act accordingly. If you don't.
Okay, gentlemen of the One Man Went to Move show. I hope you had that snippet. Actually, I played it for a purpose, because I can be somewhere and somebody lampooning me. Is anybody listening? Anybody hearing me?
Baba, we are here. We are here.
Okay, very good. Very good. And I said this because I was on the screen yesterday, but I didn't listen, because when it's 23:50, every time, if you are very observant, particularly one man, 23:50, from that moment on, I don't say anything anymore, because I go to my tool shed, which I've converted into a prayer room for about 10 minutes. I leave 005 minutes past midnight. I get back upstairs 0010. By 0030, I'm off to bed. But from that point on, I don't talk. So I was on the screen yesterday when I came back from prayer, and I had this. Somebody, one of those Igbo Fula digital talks. That's Igbo Fula and the digital talks. Because most of these people, their grandparents were born in the north, or their fathers born in the north, like Zikiwe was born in Zungeru, Ojukwu was born in Zungeru, and many others. So they will always behave like Fulani herdsmen because that is their root. No decorum, nothing. And it tore into the Yoruba ethnic nationality. I was furious. I couldn't say anything because I don't want anybody to pollute my spirituality after going for my midnight prayers, praying for my households. So I just let it go by. But Simba tried to put up a gallant fight alone, a lone voice. He was bullied out of the place. Now I come. I will not dignify that Igbo Fula digital talk until he shows himself here. Then mano mano, I will confront him. Because Yoruba says, Ti Olubadan mi, tó bá wọ níkà, ó mọ ẹgbẹ́ bàbá ẹni tí ń ṣe. Because these are people who have no decorum, who lead a roving existence. From state to state in Nigeria, you find them. I play that voice note so that people I love in the East will understand why I'm going to say things I'm going to say here. Because Yoruba say, "Eshe ki dede she." Because when they don't have anything to contribute, to attack or respond to what you say, the points you raise, they will lash out like a fatally wounded rattlesnake with abuses. I know in the culture of Igbo, where these bandits come from, there's something they call Oku Njakiri. Even amongst them, I am king of Njakiri. I can do Njakiri well. That is banter, derision, and a host of other things. That is why I could survive amongst them. That's why I could survive among them till tomorrow. And I have very great family friends, kings, politicians amongst them. I respect that tribe very well. But because of Igbo Fula bandits like this, those people will understand where I'm coming from. How do you know an ethnic group whose roots date back thousands of years? You go back to the beginning when man was created, the Neanderthals. First, when you see a culture that has conquered the oceans, because man was first introduced to water, because they have to drink, they have to grow things so that they can eat. The Yorubas have it. We have our own special canoes. Two, the tools with which they war. They use horses. They use horses. The Yorubas rode horses. The tools they use in hunting, bow and arrow, spears, knife, and a host of other things. The Yorubas have it. 4, the tools with which to hunt for food is the same tools they use in war. The Yorubas have it. just like the Romans with their chariots, just like the Vikings with their boats, and the Genghis Khan of Asia with their horses. So Yorubas is not a today's kingdom. And when we talk about clothing, if you look at the glamorousness of our Dandogos, Kembe, then you will know this is not just an ordinary culture. It's its agent. It is an old culture. And somebody comes out because of a non-entity of a presidential candidate, will be calling people liar. A candidate who sits down and tell the whole world he was discussing with an ex-president of America. Lie. A presidential candidate that sits and tell people I have a landlord in Lagos when he has a house in VGC and the other tower where he has an apartment where they discovered that Nigerian Security Agency, $37 million cash. And of course, Papa. Well, he's a trader. Traders lie. So he can look at you and tell you, go and verify, knowing fully well. You don't a lot of people don't bother. But people like me will bother. I will verify. So the Yoruba ethnic group is not something to be toyed with. And it's something I will defend till thy kingdom come. My father is a Yoruba man. My grandparents, my great-grandparents, my mother, a scion of Egba. So I will defend. I salute Simba for standing up, even though he was shouted down. That fellow, I'm still waiting for him. If he's listening, let him come on. Let him bring it on. So that's for that woman. Thanks, panelists and woman, for indulgence. So let me go to Edun, for instance.
So, Baba, before you go on to Edun, obviously I wasn't here when whatever went down. You did call my notice to it, but I've not had the window to listen to it. But hopefully things are. You know that Joel is a special diet, and if you know anything about Joel, he will prod and prod until he tries to prod the reaction out of you. So hopefully lines were not crossed too aggressively. Like I said, I've not listened to it, but then if there's one
it crossed the line.
About
it turned into the Yoruba ethnic group like I've never seen anybody do before. Honestly.
So why wasn't it removed? Was Simba there? Was Chioma there?
Yes, only Simba, because others left actually. As soon as you left, Zita couldn't stand it. She left almost immediately. Okay, Zita.
What happened? I can't remember.
I think it was Joel causing trouble again as his usual.
When was that?
That was in the after
00 hours yesterday.
No, that time I just left it on. I've gone somewhere else. It was when I came back, you people finished everything. My phone was like, so.
No, we're still on.
I didn't actually listen.
Can I respond too?
Yeah, go ahead. By all means.
Baba, I'm sorry, but the thing is, the rational mind doesn't come on the show. You know, he rarely shows up. The same thing with Jewel of Nashville. The only reason I put Dr. Simba on mute was because he was being kind of aggressive, you know? I was expecting him as a moderator to moderate himself. You know, let the guy finish and then you can counter back. That's how it's supposed to be done. I hate when I'm the moderator. One man, my problem with these men, right? One man will be begging for moderators to come on this show. And then me with my sleepy self, I want to stay in the comment section that because that's really where I belong. You know, if Tim and Jack and his stupid self doesn't time me out. But so I managed to come on the platform and Simba decide to he wants to moderate. You don't do that, not on my time. You cannot turn up on me. You don't turn up on me. So I had to put Simba on mute. But Rational Mind, he was just saying stuff. The same thing with Jewel of Nashville. I didn't contribute. I was just laughing because I thought those guys are funny, you know, especially when Remy and Rational Mind was cursing each other out. I mean, it's just like how I laugh at Penn Stat when he's just
Woman, can I say something?
I love when people go at each other, you know. But I'm
Woman, can I say
innocent.
something,
That's all
please?
I have to say. Thank you and good night.
After Choma, yeah, carry on, Zeta. We spend a lot of time firefighting on this platform.
Woman, there's
Yeah.
something I want to say. If
Yeah,
you
go
are
ahead.
a moderator on this platform, I'm just being me, okay? If you are a moderator in this platform and you notice that two people are getting on each other and it's becoming rowdy and it's becoming this thing, if you have to pause or drop, please drop the two of them. Because if you drop one against the other, you've taken side. I didn't know what happened yesterday, but me, actually, sometimes I go off. We are humans. When somebody get at me for some time, I might challenge the person. But it's not actually my thing because I say things that get people angry, so I don't really bother. Um, if you two people are getting at one person and the other person is challenging you, drop one person and leave the other two. It doesn't make sense now. It doesn't make sense. You are
So it wasn't
stifling
Simba's
the
turn.
voice of the other people. Drop the two of them. If you caution them, caution them, caution them. Unless you are cautioning them and the other person kept quiet and the other one continued, then you can drop the person. But not when two of them are at each other, you drop one and allow the other one to keep rambling. That's not right now. If you tell them it's okay, so I'm going to drop people, keep quiet. The moment you notice that one kept quiet and the other one is still rambling, drop the person. But if two of them refuse to respect you as the moderator, then drop the two of them. That should be fair. I rest my case. When I know say I sabi talk gibberish.
So, Madam Zita, that's why I dropped Simba because he was interrupting when it was Rational Mind and Jewel was, expressing themselves. However, that's not the bone of contention. That's not what Baba is referring to. Baba is referring to like some ethnic rhetorics that Rational Mind and
Exactly.
Jewel were spewing. And I'm honest, I'm being honest. I heard them, but I've always heard Mike said the same thing about Igbo people. So, as long as they're not saying like, those bad words, like what we call each other, like, the bad words, like aboki, all that stuff. As long as they're not really throwing slurs at each other, you know, that's that. But I feel like Simba should wait his turn, right? So the bone of contention is that Rational Mind and Jewel was kind of trying to hold, you know, other ethnics group accountable, and for what's happening in Nigeria. And it didn't sound right to Baba and some other people. And that's what happened. That's the bone of contention. It wasn't just Simba. Simba was put on mute because he wanted to defend Yoruba, right? And that's fine, but let them finish. And then you can talk. The same way Remy allowed Rational Mind to finish and then he spoke. I just don't like when men turn up on me. When I'm a moderator, everybody should just respect me, period.
Okay, well said. I don't I don't mind actually if people from comment section or on the panel having a go at me. Fair game. Fair game. I rule my house. I don't rule one man's platform. So I bring myself here and open myself for that kind of attack. And if I choose to, I can respond immediately. Most times I don't even bother. You understand? But at times I get antsy, in all honesty. But when it comes to ethnic nationality, no, I don't take it. Why? Mostly because I'm at disadvantage. Disadvantage in the sense that I cannot go full throttle against many tribes because I'll be spitting into a well I'm drinking from. I don't do that. Never. I will always moderate myself. That was why before I started speaking, I played that little this thing so that those that are listening will understand why I am responding. Because what that Igbofula Almajiri did yesterday was very odious. You have to respect every national group. Whether my culture is superior or not, I will not debate that. But I will always tell you who I am, the ethnic group I belong to, how civilized we are, how ancient is my culture, for which I'm proud unto death. So let me go to Edun quickly.
All right, Baba. Let me just say this, Baba, and then we'll go to the politics of it. So we will be wanting to move from the ethnic stuff on the platform quite forcefully. If you look at the platform, Baba, who are the stalwarts of the platform? The big names, yourself, Zita, the respected names, Emeka, etc., etc. You have Rational
Bishop.
Mind, Bishop. You know, you have all these names, Enigmatic or Benny, all of these names. You have a son. So that's the whole garment of the Nigerian space right there. So the politics is enough for us to fight over without the ethnicity.
Exactly.
So I'll be phoning the Joe tomorrow. I have his number and just tell him that, because Joe likes to troll. That's the one thing I know about Joe. He likes to troll, and he likes to get under people's skin and get a reaction out of them. That's always been Joe, you know. But if the more he gets that reaction, the more he doubles down on it. I don't know, maybe that's what gets him up, you know. Maybe that's his Viagra, I don't know. But
No, maybe he does that
like
under the influence, or to have just storage.
no, I think it's just for the sport. I think he plays it for the sport of it. It's not even any and everybody. He will troll you. If he identifies a chink in your armor, he will prod at it and prod at it. That's what Joel does. He likes to troll people. He likes to upset them, get them off balance, and then get into a shouting match. That's what he does. Yeah.
But somebody has told you that you should make him a moderator, so that at the end of the day, all of us will be arrested.
I saw it now. That's Dewale now. That one is Baba Elemo. That one, the only time that Dewale is sober is only when he's drank half a bottle of brandy. You know, usually he would have finished the whole bottle. So if you want Dewale as your moderator, then we just burn the platform down. That's what he will do. But no, we have to start to pull away. Yeah.
If you have Simba number, you need to reach out to him. Because
all right. Yeah. Good.
My sister Chairman, please, we don't want to lose more members on this platform. Let's take it easy and let's be neutral to everyone, like Sita said, please. You know, we all love you here. You know what I mean? So it's a privilege for anyone to have moderator on one man platform. That's the truth. So let's take it easy with each other. We are one. All right. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
All right. Brilliant. Let's get to the politics of it. Let's do 5 minutes to whip it around quickly. Baba, you go first.
Yeah, thanks, panelists and commentariat and one man for the indulgence. For Mr. Wale Edun, it's an end of an era actually, coming from commissionership in the Fourth Republic in Ashiwaju's cabinet and up till now, but not like he's no more competent or anything. A competent man cannot all of a sudden become incompetent, but age and health is catching up with him, and he couldn't really cope much because of the times we are in. And Ashwaju is demanding, too demanding at times, because he works with his own clock. Because maybe sleeping, dozing, and he wakes up like 3 a.m. and he remembers something and you have to call. He calls, he wants you fresh, and he immediately you have to rustle some file here and there, and not many people can cope. And Wale Edun is not the strongest of we old men around, so it's even good for him to go take his health. But I don't know which is better. Would they have been better and favored the government for him to tender his resignation on health ground, or be seen to be pushed and people now interpret, like one man said, he was fired and things like that? Well, those who are politically serving protocol, they know which is better. And I don't think it calls for sympathy or anything. It's normal. It's been there for almost 4 years going. I mean, 3 years plus. So he's done his
Baba,
bit.
that's not true.
How?
That's not true. That's not the major reason why they fired him. That's not true.
Yeah, okay. You want to spill the bean? Spill the bean. Oh, yeah, now we are hearing. Why have you gone quiet?
Where is that man from?
He's from Ogun State.
Okay. You see, I speak a lot of gibberish. I came here some time ago. I told you guys that the only problem, everybody is saying the North will not support Tinubu, the North will not vote for Tinubu, they will not, they hate Tinubu, blah, blah, blah. And I came to this platform, I told you people that the problem Tinubu is going to have is his Yoruba people. That snitch. They're going to snitch on him. And I said this, I said, in 2027 election, by the time you gather all the votes, 6 zones, the number of votes, apart from the Southeast, that nobody gets anything from them anyway, except PDP. Not even LP, because you must be a PDP member. If you come to another party, they recognize you. Apart from the Southeast, let me say the 5 geographical zones, geopolitical, not geographical, because those things are not the geographical of Nigeria. Geopolitical zones in Nigeria. The Southwest, he is going to get less votes from the Southwest. I've said it. You see that man, that your okay. Baba, continue talking. When you get to my turn, I will.
That was not the argument. Now, that was not about for saying now. That wasn't the argument. Now you wanted to say the reason why it was sacked.
That's what I'm saying. I just said it now. He's a Yoruba man that wants to snitch on his brother.
Is that why they sacked? That's not true. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Now you know I sabi talk gibberish. No wahala. Say they sack him because he has served 4 years and they need another person to serve for 4 years. I agree with you people. They don't do now. Baba said it very nicely. There is nothing wrong in that now. He has done his job for 3 years. They can get another person. That is okay.
Let me tell you why.
I rest my case, but that is not why he was fired. For me, he was fired because he wants to see. I beg, I hope they got that trillions from him.
You know he suffers from you know he suffers from poor health.
Yes,
it was and it wasn't fired, by the way. It was shuffled.
Exactly.
I don't. Yes, I think it's health reasons more than
No
anything else.
wahala. One man.
It's in the
One
government.
man.
My
Let me
sister.
tell you something. I never knew that black people do leave job because of health reason. Thank you for telling me. But what I'm saying, one man, is that you see that man. If you not push me now, I go call more names. You see that man. Hmm? The only thing I'm saying, say that trillion they call, make the collect them from him. Oh. Otherwise, he's going
What
to
trillion?
sponsor.
What trillion?
He's going to sponsor.
Maybe you are missing. So you are missing the people.
We're talking about Wale Edun, you know. Do you know who Wale
Is he not
Edun
the
is?
central bank man?
No, it's the Minister of
No.
Finance. That's Cardoso. Cardoso is
No,
the central bank.
no, I missed something.
I was accusing Wale of branding just now. Should I be accusing you of branding
Well,
too?
sure, wait. Is it the one for passports?
No.
No,
It's
that's
the Minister of
Ojo.
Finance. That's Ojo.
Is this one you are talking about? Doesn't he have? Is it central bank or finance? Which one is he?
Finance.
Hey,
Economy.
when they collect all the money from his hand, though.
Which money now? You don't even know what his portfolio is. Yeah, calling this Zita,
I don't
man.
talk my one man. You say I sabi talk. Shebi una don't laugh me now. Shebi una don't laugh me.
Have you been to? Are you in Sapele? Are you drinking the water in that place? Are
One
you in
man.
Sapele drinking the
Shebi
water?
una don't laugh me.
No, be Sapele
Let me
water. They
repeat
talk.
myself again.
Eh?
Make them make sure they collect all the money from
Sapele
your
water.
hand.
I thought your taste was higher than that. You're not drinking Sapele. Was this Sapele? Are you in Sapele
One
drinking
man, let me
water?
repeat myself again. Make them collect all the money from him.
One man. I was just sister. I thought to go against Baba.
You don't even know our his portfolio. You are saying they should.
I don't care about his portfolio, but I care about what I heard about him.
But you don't know him.
That is what is important to me. I don't care about their portfolios because the portfolio themselves from left to right at any time, I don't give a damn what his portfolio is. I care much about what I heard about him.
This man has integrity. It's not the person you're talking about.
Okay, now, Mr. Integrity, they're telling him to go according to Baba because of health reasons, and he has served for some time. No wahala. As I said before,
Do you know he was in London for a long time because of health?
Buhari was in London for how many times? Wasn't he the president? Come on
Yes,
now.
now, but he's just the minister now, so
Okay, no problem.
They can't
Sure,
let
he
Buhari
resigned.
go
He
now, but
wasn't
they can
fired.
let him go.
One man, let me say, see, one of the major things that Baba is suffering. If you see the guy they put in there now, the guy has been pushing. He's got a lot of energy in him. He can
Very sharp.
Very sharp.
Very sharp. In fact, it's a better option than what they're doing.
That's why.
Okay, let me tell you something.
And they need to get rid of. They need to get rid of Cardoso and put Zach there.
Let me tell you people something.
Wait, Mama. Woman. Baba said this few months ago when that guy was promoted as to this position he was before. Baba said very soon I will not be surprised if Ashwaju puts him in the position of Wale Edun. Baba said it.
Oh, you have very good memory.
Of course, Baba, you said it. You know what I mean? Because everybody can see the way Ashwaju is moving. It's not because the guy is stealing anything or because he's a thief or he's not capable or he doesn't have the capacity. Edun has the capacity and he's been doing for the past 3 years. But Ashwaju need a fresh blood, energetic, the one that cannot sleep. That's why, and that guy is. He fit the purpose. So that's why.
Okay, no wahala. But let me say this: as soon as they laugh me, you know, say when people finish laughing me, you go get my phone for me to laugh.
Sorry, Zita. Let's go with Baba, and then we'll come to you after.
Let me say what I want to say before you go to Baba.
Hold on, just 1 second. Kenny, check your phone. Carry on, Zita.
One man in politics is when you know you are having problem. It's when you start sacking and replacing, reshuffling your government in an election year. Arrest my case. You know,
let me quickly, so that we can go around, just maximum 2. Let me go to this new thing, actually. The new police college going to Yewa section of Ogun State, and a 15 billion naira grant has been set aside for that project. And I can see, people say, even including one man, oh, the Yorubas will suffer after the exit of Ashiwaju, maybe in 2031, 2027. No, he will not. He's only balancing what has been skewed in favor of the North. Because if the North have to be listened to, they justified all military apportionments. I hope I got that pronunciation correct. Apportionment in the North, the Defense Academy, the Air Force base, even Navy there without having an ocean. And what else do they have there? The Army Recruitment Depot and everything we had, all in the North. And he has now removed most of those things or created others in other regions. I know people will say, oh, but why most of them, apart from the one in Abia State?
Sorry, Baba, I didn't want
Yeah.
to interject you, but I didn't want you to go past that point. You know what you said there? Do you know that Atiku is using it as a campaign material already? This is what they're putting on their ADC Vanguard, which is their handle, essentially Atiku's voice on Twitter. It says, in less than 3 years in power, he has split the College of Aviation into two, taking one
Correct.
to Ogun. He has split the Nigerian Army Depot Zaria, taking one to Oshun. He has split the Nigerian Police Academy into two, taking one to Ogun. Next could be the NDA. So they are actually using that as a campaign material. And I was thinking, is that not even counterintuitive? But what you are
They
saying
don't
is what they're using
care.
to
You know,
campaign.
the excuse they gave is that yes, they corner all these military things to their side, because out of the three main regions of old, they are the ones that doesn't harbor secessionists idea. Can you believe that? They are the only one. So they have to now keep the armaments.
Baba,
Yes, sir.
but that's not correct.
That's what they are saying.
We all remember the Araba, even before the Civil War.
The Araba, of course.
So
I'm
how
not
can some children of 1991 be telling
understand.
some people the events and historical, what do you call it now, that they witnessed and experienced? How can somebody be telling me that the first set of, yeah, we knew there was something that happened with Isaac Adaka Boro before, but the next one was Araba before the declaration of the Biafra Republic. So anybody that is saying that is either being deliberately or they don't know their history very well.
Exactly. Because I remember even before the Araba thing, pre-independence, Sadauro said the two other regions can go, or they will go if we unilaterally declare independence. They threatened. What the excuse they are giving today, they are taking advantage of the youths of today that don't read. They are incurious. Incurious. That word now I'm glad is in the dictionary. When I first encountered incurious in the last 100 days of Abacha, a book I got involved in, written by Adeni Yaradua's spokesperson, chief spokesperson. Shegun Adeni, present day editor in chief. When he used that word, we were arguing that incurious, we searched the dictionary, it wasn't there. He used it to describe Abacha, actually. But over the years, that word found itself into a dictionary. Maybe we did not extensively search for it. You understand? The youths of today are incurious. They are not curious. That's why if somebody can stand and say, go and verify. He knows they will not verify. They will just run with what they hear, and they will share it, and then without looking at it discordantly, they will share it and spread it all around, not knowing that they are being a tool of disinformation and misinformation, which can lead into fear and panic in the society. I just hope.
3 more minutes, Baba.
Yeah,
So
what Tinubu is doing, I appreciate it. He's balancing the things up. The Yorubas are used to actually being out of government. I will never bothered. The West continue as if nothing existed. It was just part of say, okay, let me fight and see if I can go to federal too and do something for others, because realistically, the pressure was on the finances of the Southwest. The pressure was on our finances because they were collecting more from us because we had surplus. Until today, the 6 Southwest states are still enjoying. Of late, they invested some millions of dollars into First City Monumental Bank of late Chief Balogun as a unit under the Odua investment. So these are the things we inherited and we are proud of, and other people don't want to understand. We were well governed. So all these things we don't have now, he is now bringing them to us. During Jonathan's period, who fought for Jonathan? Of course, the Southwest, and forced the hand of the National Assembly to make him a substantive president. Where were all the people who now later cornered that government and started enjoying it? Your conjoy wireless, which Obasanjo spoke on in the volume 3 of that his memoir, in which he said that she was confronted about employing only Igbos. And the response she gave was that the Igbos are the most qualified. In a country of 200 million people, in the Southwest, where my 4 beers were going to Bailey's Inn, was that London Judicial this thing in London, as lawyers, as far back as 1860s, when Shakbara Williams were lawyers in the Inner Temple of London, when we have medical doctors. We only came into 1914 amalgamation. We came
Baba,
with several good schools.
One more minute, Baba. One more
minute. Yeah, we came with several good schools, and they took everything. Nobody cares. I will never cared. He was building his own. So now that college, to anybody, it may sound as if, okay, the Yorubas, this thing. Well, Jonathan didn't give us anything. Didn't our women go there? Our obas went there. Our politicians went to Jonathan to beg. That what have we done? We're not in that government, even though we brought Jonathan to power. But when it was time to deal with Jonathan in his own, in our own way, didn't he sleep in Awujale's palace? Didn't he spend so much dollars? They collected it and voted him out. I yield one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. You know, one of these days, I've tried to persuade him, but it's been ducking it, but we'll pin him down sometime soon. One of these days, Baba will have to be the guest because there's just so much untapped resource there, and similarly Zeta. So stay warned. I'm going to be harassing the two of you.
Baba,
Hey, Aro,
Baba, is that statement, was it documented in my watch? Is it in my watch that?
Yeah, the 3rd volume.
Okay, of my watch. Okay, I have the book. I'm actually not ready, so I'll probably go.
No, it's 3 in a container.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, you don't just buy these books to stock your shelf and look important and intellectual. You're actually meant to read
there's
them.
too many of them.
Because,
I don't have time. Now one man.
You know, I bought
how many of them I have?
I bought Obama's biography when he was in government. It's still on my shelves. I don't think I've read a page of it. You know, but what was it? I have to look at it again. I can't remember.
Which book is that?
Obama's biography. The Audacity of
yes.
Yes.
I've been waiting now 3 years, 4 years for the follow-up. You know, it's supposed to be volume 1 and 2.
Yeah.
He has not released that one.
I think that's volume 3 will be releasing, because we released one pre-government when it first went to
Oh, those
Kenya.
are 2. The Dreams of
Yeah.
My Father
Dreams of
and
My Father and Audacity of Hope. So,
Audacity of Hope, and one other, actually. I can't remember the title.
One man.
Yes.
One man.
Yes.
You know the most ridiculous of our compatriots? Those that quote Lee Kuan Yew without reading even a page of
That's
I corrected somebody that did you realize he spent 32 years.
That's too Niger. According to Lee Kuan Yew.
I've read Lee Kuan Yew. I still have it on my desk as I speak. Now, just here. I've read it. And I began to wonder, when people quote Lee Kuan Yew, do they even know what happened under Lee Kuan Yew?
No.
The press under Lee Kuan Yew, can you do 1/10 of what you are doing now? Whether you are in media house, whether you are opposition, can you do
That man
1/10?
was awful.
We don't want discipline.
Can you
what
play
we suffered
openly
under
play
Kuan Yew?
opposition? Can you play openly opposition against Lee Kuan Yew?
Every opposition in his path.
And when we talk about him, Lee Kuan Yew, I began to wonder. I read the book. I read from the third word to the first word in 2011 first. And I had the copy again with me. I bought the full edition. And I began to wonder, what are the people?
They don't understand. They don't understand.
I'm done. I yield. So
all right. Let's hear AK's voice, and then we go on to Zita after that. And then
Madam Star can go ahead.
No, I thought you wanted to drop a little.
No.
All right. Zita and gentlemen, we're going to be a bit rigid with the time now because
who said Madam Zita can go ahead?
It was AKO.
Because you're next now.
AKO, you're always doing that.
It's a gentleman.
He said talk. You go say Madam Zita talk. Bishop talk.
You know, this is a properly brought up young man now. It's from old
He's
stock,
always doing
that. When you say talk, you go say make Madam Zita talk. I don't know what I do. Okay, Bishop. Bishop, take my turn. Bishop, take my turn. I will take your Bishop's turn later.
All right, Bishop, it's up to you. We're like I said, Bishop, we're somewhat rigid with the time now because of the room. But Bishop, give us about 5 minutes. Wale Edun, the goings on in Nigerian political space. However you want to go at it, Bishop. All right, no Bishop. Okay, let's go with Kenny. Kenny, are you ready? No, Kenny.
Oh yeah, woman.
Oh yeah, there you are. So floor is yours. Give us about 7 minutes.
Okay. Actually, I didn't know most of the topic. I joined you at the later stage of the.
No, Wale Edun is the main topic, but you can to Wale Edun and then free flow as you will.
Okay.
Sorry, woman. I wanted to come later. I beg. But there was something in my mouth, so continue. I have you.
All right. Let me just say this. I won't take much time. You know, I'm not an economics. I don't really know much about Wale, but what I know, what I've been hearing is he was not sacked because he's incompetent or anything like that. It's not because of his health. And Ashwaji, like I said, Ashwaji wants to move on. I need somebody that has more energy. I haven't said that. Listen, I don't want people to start looking at this man as if is a failure. No, it's not. It's not a failure. He has done his bit, and he put Nigerian into the right place, because before these people take over, we know where we are in terms of economy, and they've tried. He has given us all he has in him. You know what I mean? So I salute him. I give him respect for that. He needs to go and rest and focus on his health. So that's for that one. What they do, Ashwaju, you know what I mean? Everybody know me. I believe in him. I believe in his vision. And this new guy, personally, I think they are pushing this guy too much. I don't really know much about him. Because even if you look at the tax reform that he did, there's some mistakes that they still have to correct and all that. So I'm not fully in support of that guy. Because
Sorry, can I interject you, correct you or something?
All right, sir.
What are the mistakes and who said there are mistakes?
himself, he
That's
said that.
that's not correct, sir. He has debunked it. It was false because Rufai and the likes propagated it. The man has come out to say there was nothing like that, and they brought out what he said, and it was in total contrast of what was claimed. He said so. Just withdraw that one and let's move forward.
Okay,
Thank you.
I withdraw it. I withdraw. I don't. Maybe I mean I've not been following, but because that's what I heard in the news. You know what I mean? So if he has debunked it, that means I take that back. But still, I still don't have my on my 100% support for him, for him for taking this role. He needs to prove himself to Nigerian people. Personally, somebody like me, like I said before, I'm not an economist, okay, but I'm expecting more because we can see what Wale has done so far, where we are coming from, where Wale has taken us now, where we are today. So he needs to take us more, I mean further, so that all of us can say, wow, I'm expecting wow from him, because for you to be somebody that pioneer or you're a lead role when it comes to tax reform, then they promote you to be the state finance something. Then now you are taking all, taking over the whole, the space. You understand? So I'm expecting more from him. There's nothing, no excuse for failure. Otherwise, people will drag him. They'll drag us. It should have been better.
Let me help you a little bit, if you don't mind, sir. If I can interject with your permission.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Good. When it's my turn, I will say it, but I think, let me just summarize by saying that Wale Edun had played his role by stabilizing the fiscal aspect and the discipline of the economic reform that is going on.
Yeah.
If you and I will agree, I don't know if you will agree and other people, our budget will not begin to move the needle until our budget allocation for Nigeria is at the minimum $200 billion per year. Minimum. And you can use other states that are progressing, other countries rather, that are progressing, and look at what's their budget size. If you have to take care of every aspect of our economic need, but we are still budgeting 35-40 billion. That is ridiculous. So immediately they tied it up that Tinubu is like a coach that knows when to bring in Messi and bring in Ronaldo and remove Ronaldo and bring in Tatiano, and swap his team. Now, if there is somebody that is well equipped to raise our revenue base, that person is Taiwo Oyedele.
Well,
It is not that.
I laid that for him for failure, because what I can
Say
hear
that
from
again.
you, I say what I can hear from you is you are just lead down a grant for him, that in case this guy fail because of this. That's
No, not that in case you have your match plan. I mean, if you've been following football, it's not because one man failed. That's why you have to change it. Everybody have their strengths. Some people are for the last minute. In those days, we have some players, they bring them in. I mean, if you remember the one man we used to call Ozozula, Samson Ozozula. In those days, we know when you want to disrupt.
Bishop, if you hear what I'm saying is, I said me, for the fact that Wale is doing is going, Wale has done his best, but I want more. He needs to do better than him. There's no excuse whether we have low budget.
That's what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is that Oyedele is equipped to increasing our income.
3 more minutes, Kenny. 3 more minutes.
Oh, okay. Yes. Bishop, thank you very much for that. But I'm still standing on my point. I'm not taking that back. I'm expecting him to do more. He needs to take costs further. For instance, if Wale has taken off from Grand Zero to probably Grand 70, he needs to take costs beyond that 70 to at least 120% or more than 100%. That's my expectation of him, for him taking over that position from Wale. So yeah. So having said that, the other thing I want to talk about is all this the politics of the northern people. It's a shame that what they do right now, one man, yeah, this one might not be part of your topic, but what Atiku and Co and the northern people they are doing right now, when it comes to 2021, we're going to do the same to them. You understand? And I've been hearing some things, right, that might be an kind of understanding between Ashwaju and Obi camp. This is what I heard yesterday, that Obi might not be on the ballot, right? Ashwaju will win. Now, Ashwaju will give Obi support in 2031 to counter the narrative in the north, but for what they are doing. Because this time around, They are not supposed to be in the game. They're supposed to stay away. Let the South face each other. When Buhari was there 2019, nobody from the South contest with them. They leave him and Atiku to battle it out between themselves. But Atiku always find a way to want to come back. This is our time. They need to go and sit down and let us face it in the South and face ourselves. But for them to say, okay, they want to take it by fire by force, they will not win. Actually, you will win. But coming 2031, we're going to do the same to them as well. We're going to feed somebody that's strong from the South. Probably it's going to be OP. That's what I'm hearing. Thank you, Omar.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Still being rigid with the timing. If Zita is ready, go first. If not, then we go with Bishop. Who's ready? All right, we go with Bishop. Bishop, you're up next.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Please do the needful by clicking on the like button, subscribe, and share. Thank you for being regular. Let me start from where this my gentleman stopped. Yeah, now. By the way, the time is 22:02. I want to believe very strongly. I've actually had speculations and rumors about Wale Edun's replacement, even ever before this man was appointed, Oyedele. And immediately he was appointed, the people said it was just a matter of time. Painfully, I did not put it out there, but I had it very well on good authority that it's a matter of time. But we were thinking that we would manage it for 1 year, and we speculated about Oyedele's coming when there was a mild reform in the area of revenue collecting agencies, especially the one that hold a certain percentage, the customs, the NCC, whatever, the NAPIMS that collect a signature bonus on behalf of the government. That's all those ones. So when Executive 09 was signed into law, it gave a clear. Then when Oyedele was appointed, it became very clear that it's just a matter of time that we're going to harness our revenue agency into one. Customs has no business collecting revenue on behalf of the federal government, and that had been, stated clearly. So, Oyedele's coming is not because Wale Edun had failed or he was sad. It's because simply he has played role. Maybe his health issue might have contributed to it, but the fact that, okay, you have played your role, shift, let the other person play. And that's the hallmark of a true captain, like we want to believe that Tinubu is. So the fiscal area segment has been cleaned up. I was saying in my interjection earlier on that we need a minimum of revenue base of nothing less than 200 billion. If what we are projecting is going to be a reality, where we want to move our economy to, yeah, it was tough. It was really tough. But those decisions were very necessary. It's like just breaking an omelette. Breaking an egg to get your omelette. Now we have crossed that aspect. We should be able to consolidate, widen and increase our revenue base. Like I said, you cannot be expecting to spend less than 200 billion on 200 million people. Let's conservatively believe that our population is 200 million. That's the country. We know other states that even spend more than that. So, but at now, we are not even doing up to 50 billion. So you see, the target is high, and the road, I want to believe, is not going to be like a bumpy free. It's not going to be a roller coaster. Let me use that one. It's not going to be a roller coaster. It's going to be tough. We should just be ready for it. But I can assure, by my convictions, on so many fronts and grants, that look, we are heading in the very right direction. So the reshufflement, very good, in good faith, and I believe strategically okay to take us to the next level. Help me with whatever point you have. Did you speak politics about? Just help me, woman.
You can free flow or talk about the new police formation.
Yeah, I responded to somebody. It's a shame that we have people that have the audacity to even be complaining that we are having a second. The person I explained to is that, look, in a matter of years, we're going to be having 36 police academies because all still will have to be training their own police. Even cities in some other advanced country have training a facility for their own police. I mean, counties like local governments, at least people that have been in America they still tell us that they have their country, they have police academy. So if we are not going to be able to, they had all our military installations are in the north. I don't know the reason, whether it is training, whether to the extent that they were almost going to move the Naval Training Institute to the north. Who does that? There is one now, they now have somewhere in Woody, somewhere in Kano. Why do you take a naval military training to Kano? Where
It's
is
incredible, honestly.
It's incredible. So we have the custom, NDLEA, Nigerian Army Depot, Nigerian Military School, Police Academy, everything in one section. And some people are saying, oh, and I asked them, what value, of what benefit has it been to the North? We are talking of decentralization. In the first instance, the idea, the aviation, College of Aviation, the one that government, almost everything that has to do with strategic military installations are there in the north. The infantry training school, the Nigerian Defense Academy, the armor school, school of armor, school of infantry, school of signal. School of signal is in Apapa. But what is signal? Signal is not, it's just, there was a battle about 30, 40 years ago whether we should categorize the signal as fifth arm. That is the core 5 arms of the armed forces. And that was when they were thinking about it. But every right now we are going to have the second one. When they moved, they decentralized the Nigerian Army Depot and put one in Osun State and the other one in Ebonyi. That was how the hue and cry. Oh, they are removing this thing. When they decentralized university, the law school from Lagos and put one in Abuja, Buhari, there was no complaint. Before they now decentralize and put them in almost all the regions. I know there's one in Port Harcourt. I don't know where the other ones are. There was no complaint. Why is it that we are now increasing? And we know that the the recruitment of our armed forces is not enough. It's completely insufficient. So I mean that's just a lazy talk. And it tells
3 more minutes, Simba. 3 more minutes.
Okay.
Bishop.
No, let's see Simba is clicking on it. So basically, we know what we are doing, and people that want to grow by holding other people down, they have a new thinking coming. That's just
Bishop. You see, they succeeded. As of that 1966 school, we have the strength of our military. That was 10,500. The Southwest had only 700 many uniform officers. It's only 700 because they succeeded actually in cornering everything to themselves.
We saw how it played out. Now we are where we are now. The question is, what is the way forward? If you want to maintain the status quo, not the status quo, if you want to maintain the same way, it's obvious that it is not Tinubu that's going to play that kind of a game. Unfortunately, they have found alliances with some strange bedfellows, and they are pushing that narrative. One thing I can assure anybody that cares to listen is this: this is not going to end well, except we all come together and reason credibly well. I say, how do we continue to proceed? What value has having all the military installations, what value has it added to the North? What value? How relevant or important has it made it to be? So that is that. Give me one more topic, Baba, if I just to refresh my memory.
Well, I think one man is listening.
One man is there. I thought it was busy speaking champagne.
One man is there. One man.
No, I'm here, but Bishop, with your permission, let's move it round.
You just give me one more topic now. I've not even spent time in there. I can't myself. You know, I do that a lot.
All right. What else do you want to talk about?
Mention the topic.
Yeah. All right. Talk about Jonathan and
Atiku.
Yeah, boxing me into that corner. I really don't want to talk about it, but maybe because I'm limited now by your timing. because I remember I spelled out the time. I think Jonathan's response is measured. I think Atiku's outburst and whatever he's done to all people that are contested is completely, I mean, irresponsible and in dissonance with good reasoning. Uh, I love the way that Jonathan has responded to him. I mean, measured response, and you are not the know all be all of Nigerian politics. People revered you, people respected you, but if you cannot reciprocate that amount of respect, then it's a shame. It's a complete shame. So I support Jonathan measured response. Having said that, please, Baba, what you said earlier on in your comment about what happened yesterday, I listened to you very well, and I really did not want to make a comment on it because I think people responded well. But if we are going to keep it civil, we are going to be responsive and responsible to our audiences. Sometimes, even though sometimes it gets a little bit too heated, very heated, and we are, whether we like it or not, the tribal and whatever has really entered into our politics now. Unfortunately, Peter Obi made it worse. Whatever anybody wants to say, that's mine because I listened and I heard him. And a lot of his followers and parents, have been beaten by the bug and they are ready to run the whole length with those narratives. Are we likely to get out of it very soon? I don't think so. Maybe after the 2027 election, maybe some people will rest before 2031 and we know what is going to happen. And my fear is that is it going to get better? I
don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
The gin has been let out of the bottle.
Exactly. It has been let out of the bottle. And we've crossed the Rubicon. And so what are likely what's the likely outcome of what we have done? I don't want to go that far. Let me just keep that one. Maybe
it's restructure. The easiest is restructure.
Yeah, the structure is a nice way of saying your tent, O Israel. So what is going to be the fallout of your tent, O Israel? Your imagination or your is as good as mine. But I think we have to begin to tread softly for people that are listening on this platform. We need to seriously begin to tread softly because you are pushing some people. You have pushed some people to the extent that if they have the opportunity to turn at you, you will never. There's always this argument that lion is the king of the jungle. And there was a debate I was involved in. The animal that is called lion is not even an animal of the jungle. 1 second, 1 minute, please. I'll be out. It's not even an animal that lives in the jungle. The lion lives in the savannah. So if you are saying that the animal is the king of the jungle, so if people have been so quiet and silent and you keep bullying them and doing all manner of things, if you push them to the point of responding, the civil war was not between the Yorubas and the Igbos. It was Nigeria. But if you have to push the Yorubas to the extent that we are going to begin hostilities, God save Nigeria. Thank you very much. God bless you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Bishop. Hello, Bishop.
Who is this?
Hello, Bishop.
Who is
this? Is Joel of Nashville.
Joel,
why the empress of war today?
Hold on, Joel of Nashville. Hold on. Please, I'm not going to entertain your interjection. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Anyway, one man, just to keep it going. I listened to him. That's the reason why I came in. I wanted to know why anybody would be thinking of war in Nigeria. I thought Tinubu is the president.
Hold on, Joel. Maybe you should have listened from the beginning because you stand accused of really going. We know you like to stoke the embers of ethnic something to throw people, but you were a bit excessive yesterday. Was what all the feedback was. So we're trying to tone back on, forget the Yorubas. Tinubu is your president. He may be a Yoruba man. You don't have to detest or attack all Yorubas because he's your president, so forget all that now. So all this tribal stoking and trolling all the time. I think people are starting to tire of it.
Well, one man, respectfully, what I said yesterday, I threw a question to the Yorubas. That is what I did yesterday. I did not insult anybody.
But what has the Yorubas got to do with politics? The Yoruba as an ethnic group, separate and distinct from,
they're not separate, because on this show, many a time, all of you have said that Tinubu is the real Yoruba president. Is that what you got to offer? So if we say the truth about what Tinubu is doing, if Tinubu is making his appointment...
hold on, just hold on. Look, we are moving away from that sort of tonality. We just don't want it anymore. All this ethnic attack relentlessly, never ending. Tinubu is the president, is a Yoruba man, so that's just the way it is. Buhari was a Fulani man, he was the president. Goodluck Jonathan was the president, he was an Ijaw man. So that's
I also spoke about them yesterday. I also spoke about them yesterday.
Hold on. The Yoruba attack is because hold on. The Yoruba attacks because you detest Tinubu or whatever, it has to stop.
I did not attack the Yorubas, one man. I respectfully disagree. I did not. Hold on, one man, please. I did not attack the Yorubas.
Now pay attention, because it wasn't just yesterday. It's routinely. Sometimes I want to imagine that you are doing it tongue in cheek, but I think it's starting to cross the line with a few people somewhat. Tinubu is a Yoruba man. He's going to contest in 2027. All of the chances that he will be returned. So that's just the way it is. So it's all this ethnic attack.
One man, see, if you want to be objective on this show, right? If you talk about those who talk about who find the embers of ethnicity, or saying that nobody can vote for the Igbo or this, it's your people here. So what I just do here is I'm talking about people like Baba. You are one. Bishop is one. Baba is one. Simba is one. On this show, you guys talk about Igbos on this show. So why is it that when somebody talk about Yoruba,
you are very wrong bringing my name into that conversation?
No, because you do it a lot. You do it a lot.
Wrong. You are truth averse. That is the problem you have.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You can use all the words you want to use.
What stopped me from defending Ashiwaju?
Oh my goodness! I don't say you should not defend Ashiwaju, but I'm saying that when it comes to issues, common sense, you should be able to say, aside from the fact that this guy is from my country, from my tribe, I should be able to say the truth.
It's very far from you.
No, it cannot be very far from me. When Nigerians are dying, and when I talk about Nigerians are dying, it's a lie. Nigerians are hungry. It's not doing good.
Maybe they are dying in wherever you come from, but not where I come from.
The minimum wage is 70,000 naira, and food is 1,400. And you say I don't know what I'm talking about.
Then talk to the topic that way. Then it has nothing to do with Yoruba.
Oh, no.
Buy their fuel is where the Yoruba buy their fuel. It's where the Hausa buy their fuel. Talk about policy.
And let's have a very good session.
Man, don't talk about ethnic nationality or talk about personality. There's enough to talk about when it comes to policy attacks.
All right, Baba, let's just carry on, because we don't want to degenerate into that sort of, because if we go into that space, we'll never come out. Zita, the floor is yours. So give us about five minutes. And then I'm going to hear
tell me what Atiku is doing. That's what I want to speak on.
How do you mean? Atiku has been stoking the ambers of, we said we wanted to move away from ethnicity, but he has been stoking that amber. That's been his campaign rhetoric. So this is what he's been. This is coming from the ADC Twitter handle, which is their mouthpiece, essentially Atiku's mouthpiece. And what he's saying to his people is that Tinubu has split the College of Aviation into two. He's taking one to Ogun State. He has split the Nigerian Army Depot Zaria, taking one part to Osun State. He has split the Nigerian Police Academy into two, takes one to Ogun State. So what he's essentially saying is that the Nigerian military structures is being decentralized and is alarming at that to the northerners. So there is that. And then, of course, there is the OK Alliance that's been formed by Peter Obi and Kwakwanso, which they are trying to double arm article within that ADC space?
Okay. You see, I'm going to say this. Well, if I say it and you want to be matter yourself, you can give Israel a call. I'll say it anyway. You see, when we talk about Nigerian defense, after the Nigerian Biafran War, the South and the East, of these political zones, the South kind of were not very much interested, more especially in the sequence of coups and killings and things like that. It is actually the Northerners that were heavily enrolled in the military. For some reasons, at a point, every average Northerner wants to be in the Nigerian military. Where, on the other hand, every average Southerner don't want to have anything with Nigerian defense. To be fair, if a particular group of people in a nation show so much interest in the defense of that country, I wouldn't really feel bad if the buildings, because those things are the buildings, the capital is still Abuja, and the president, whosoever is the president, is still the chief of staff and the chief of security. So the buildings of those parastatals be built in their area is fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. It's Nigerian defense. That's why we are having this big issue in the security in Nigeria, because for years, Nigerian defense has been in this side where this insecurity is happening. They know all the details about Nigerian defense and Nigerian look and training and where and how you can enter Nigeria and attack Nigeria. Those are military and defense intelligence. It's in their hands. We don't have ourselves to, we have ourselves to blame, if I may say that. So whether your brother Tinubu have decided to be bringing them in the South, I hope and I pray that Southerners too, their young ones should show interest in going to the Nigerian defense. That's just the truth. I've been in Jaji, where they train them. It's a ridiculous place because you can count 80 before you count an Igbo man. It is, I don't even want to talk about South people anyway. Although most few Yorubas are there, but then it's Abdullahi, Abdulmama, Abdulhami, Isaka, Iglubu, and all that. So you wouldn't want such people showing so much interest in defending their nation, and you go and build Nigerian Defense Headquarters in Owerri. It doesn't make sense to me. Even naval base, if they have to build it in the north, if they are the ones rushing to defend Nigeria, their office have to be in the north, and their training and their outlet have to be in the waters. I don't mind. Because the time has come for us to call a spade a spade. That is what it is. So what he said, if he actually said it, is, I don't know, but I will not call it a wrong statement. You cannot be moving it to go and give to people who are not interested in it. So that's my position. I don't know if anybody is hearing me or have I gone off. Hello?
We are
No,
hearing
no,
you.
we're all here. You also had some strong views on Wale Edun, who you want to tell us
You
has
see,
taken trillions.
you see one man. Sometimes when I say something, I get mocked at. I don't really care. By the time the election, we get into the election, after the election, I'll be the one mocking you people. Because that man's name is going to come up again and again and again. So we talk about it that time. I've said what I have to say. And as I said before, from the way the Yorubans are behaving, when I mean the Yorubans, some people should not get me wrong. I mean the spokesperson, because why I say the Yorubans is like you guys and the Northerners are still the people that have a little of the your tradition and your culture left in you. The rest has lost it. Honestly, sincerely speaking, it's still in Yoruba land where an elder will speak, and even if you don't like what he speaks saying, you try and you mumble and jumble and keep quiet. So when you have elders in the land that talk out of context when their brother is there, we do that in Igbo land. But I usually say that we do it because we don't have that culture and tradition. We actually do respect money. But the Yorubans, you've lost most of your culture and tradition, but you still have a little left in you. The way your so-called Yoruba people open your loud mouth and say things about Tinubu, and the things I'm hearing on the ground and the people who are working with him, I have to say this is a global platform. That's on that reason why I stand and I say that if care is not taken, the less vote he's going, the vote he will get in the north might surpass the one he will get in Yoruba land. And I say things out of context, and people laugh and they say, "How is that possible?" But let's watch and see. 2027 is around the corner. Yeah, we contest the election again. Back to what Obi and Kampanzo is doing. As I said before, I think Tinubu is using juju on this man because I can't.
So, to be honest with you, Zita, I think what Kobe and Kwakanso is doing, I think it's clever politics. Very, very clever. That's the first time I will actually endorse anything Peter Obi has ever done. If he's ever going to stand a chance in that ADC, he has to make this sort of moves that he's making.
Okay, you see, let me tell you something, one man. They are politically dumb. I don't even understand what you mean by move. Have you gone to ADC?
They want to collectively attack Atiku for that ticket by forming an alliance from within.
Woman, alliance is not by. I say AI and one man have formed alliance. That's just a statement. Alliance is when you act. The alliance must be in action. And from what I am seeing, Obi and Tinubu don't have any alliance to knock out Atiku.
Are you saying Obi and Tinubu or Obi and Kwakwanso?
Sorry, Obi and Kwakwanso have no alliance that to knock Atiku. Let me say this. If you go to ADC platform, you will notice that Atiku, with his conglomeration of gangsters, have made sure that every state in the north had a reasonable chunk of people who voted for ADC. Who registered in ADC. A reasonable chunk of it. I will not mention Pankwanzo because Pankwanzo doesn't have hand in that because he just joined them the other day. So it was Atiku and his conglomeration of gangsters that did that. Then you move it to the south where Obi is coming from. He ain't got no... And this is what they said, a system that said no more delegates. It would have been a runover for Obi because they said no more delegates. So if you register as ADC member, you have the right to go that day and vote. So you don't just wake up and don't get me. Anyway, you people can abuse me. I don't really care anyway. What's my own?
Yeah, Zita, let me bounce this off you. Quick one. I just have it. It just, on a whim, it just occurred to me now. The Boko Haram, they have 416 captives, women, children, and a very few men. And they've been pressuring the federal government to pay 50 billion naira of late and giving them ultimatum that if they don't pay, they will do away with those people. All of them are Northerners. Federal government say no dime. Is federal government coming out now with teeth because they believe that 50 billion will trickle to the opposition as part of their war chest for the coming elections? It just
Okay.
happened to me because they are
As-
resisting paying that money.
okay. Let me I will answer you in humanity. I will not answer you in politics because humans are involved. And those humans are Nigerians. And those Nigerians are from my country. You see, when you start doing something and at a point you say you will not do it, to me, you sound stupid and dumb. You are becoming very reckless. Because the federal government of Nigeria have been paying ransom to these ragtag reckless idiots. They've been doing that. We have the record here, sir. We have the record here. They've been doing that. So how come all of a sudden you say you will not do it? It actually doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. You see, everything is not politics. But if you put politics in everything, humans will suffer. And that's exactly what is happening around the world. Humans will suffer. From day one, federal government of Nigeria have absolutely no right to be paying those people. So if you do not pay them now and they buy those people, if anybody counts it as a political loss to you, I will agree. Because you've been doing that shit for a long time. Why not now? So saying that you're going to pay them and the money will go through in the hands of the opposition, the one you've been paying them before, where do you think it's going? Probably to the opposition that has been sponsoring them. So it's neither here or there. You don't come now and say 400 or 400 and something Nigerians should just go like that. Come on now. What kind of a president do you want to project? If you have been from the one telling them, look, oh, they were, please, we are not paying them. And if you have established that, I believe by now that kidnap would have stopped. Because I will quote, say I sabi talk rubbish, and I will call name.
3 more minutes, Zita. Hello? Am I still here?
I can hear you. Where is Zita?
No, I think she's I think she's been got out by the bandits. Okay, shall we start doing
That's what
GoFundMe
happened to me a
to
couple of days back.
Yeah, please, can we go to the next person, please?
All right. Let's go on to AKO. Yeah, gentlemen, we'll be a bit rigid with the time now because I'm now conscious. Even Aras, okay, Aras still there. Let's go to AKO only because he has a particular nuance about this conversation. So, AKO, the floor is yours. You were saying that you have a particular perspective on the Wale Edun narrative. AKO.
I think the minister did a great job in transitioning Nigeria through the economic finance, in terms of increasing our foreign reserves. He did a great job overseeing that job with Yemi Cardoso, central bank governor. But where there are some blunders that the minister made during his time under President Tinubu presidency. The first one was when he came out on national TV to say that we had a shortfall of about 30, I think, was it 30 trillion naira, I believe, which was contrary to what the revenue agency said, because the revenue agency said they had exceeded their targets. So, and he came out to say that no, that's not true. So, in Tinubu's eyes, when he saw that, Tinubu was very angry. That's the number one blunder he made. The number 2 blunder he made was regarding the money that had been borrowed for capital projects for 2024-2025 projects that are not disbursed. There was, I think, was earlier this year, February 25th. There was a closed door meeting between him, the ministers of the Aid and Loan Committee, and then also the current minister of the current minister of finance, Doris Zoka Anite from Imo State. Basically they found out that from all the money that was borrowed, which was about 1.15. Oh, Madam Zita, you're back.
No, you carry on.
No, you go
Zita
carry
will
on.
come
Carry on.
Yeah.
They found out that for the, I think it was 1.2 trillion naira, that it had not been disbursed, and the minister could not account for where that money went, and that money was supposed to go towards capital projects, especially in the southeast. So the minister, in his line of questioning, basically punted it over to Honorable Minister Uzoka Anite, and she came out to say, hey, that this money has been approved for capital projects, but there were some clearances that needed to happen. And then she was then questioned. I said, okay, if there were these clearances, if there were clearances to be made, what were those clearances, and have they been met or not? The minister couldn't answer that question. So now the problem is, were these funds misappropriated? And if they were misappropriated, that is a crime. That's the major issue that the minister has, and I think it's going to be an issue. It's going to be an issue now, especially when he leaves. Him being sick, yes, he was sick. We know that he wasn't. I was even shocked when the news came that he was. I didn't see. I messaged you, Mr. When I saw it. I was like, he really wasn't sacked. He's just relieved of his duties because he's, But at the same time, that's just a facade. The real major issue is this 1.15 trillion naira that was supposed to be allocated, that was never allocated, and where that money is. So that's something he's going to have to face. When
I thought you guys were laughing at me.
You think it's going to be handed over to the FCC?
I don't know what's going to happen.
What about the 34?
He's going to have to answer for it. And that's
what about the 34 trillion the World Bank and IMF are talking about?
He
couldn't explain it away, but Oyedele explained it anyway.
Yeah, Oyedele, he explained it. But all in parcel, that is basically the major crux that him and Tinubu have, and now that's why Tinubu relieved him of his duties. Well, he relieved it under the notion of him being sick, which is true, but that's not the real reason why he relieved him of his duties. It's because of this, because Tinubu knows that he's going to be investigated for this, and he doesn't want it to stain his administration. So that's why.
Can I ask you a question, please? Can I ask him a question, please, if you don't mind?
Of course, carry on.
All right. So, I'm not getting it straight. I'm not just getting the point. Okay. Who is responsible for releasing funds? Is it the CBN or Wale? Wale is just a minister, right?
He's the Minister of Finance.
So,
yeah, but it's not responsible for releasing funds. No?
That's what I'm saying. Is he responsible for releasing the funds? Because I'm not getting. So, is the process like the CBN release funds to the Minister of Finance? Then he owns the money.
He is also the coordinating minister for the economy.
Joel, can I just say
they
something?
Cannot disburse any funds without his approval.
Joel, there's a process, okay?
So the point is this. I think my question is this: who is responsible for disbursing funds from the federal government?
Joel, there's a process, okay? The process is not even just a minister. You have senior civil servants. You have a lot of paperwork that goes through many departments. Okay, ultimately goes.
He actually, the right word is actually he releases the money, and then the director of finance disburse
buses. Yeah, so
Yes.
it's a complex system, and there's
Yeah,
We
so
lost you.
the major question is, why didn't he release the money? Because the money, and he didn't answer the question as to where the money is as well. So now they're
I
taking
told you people we are laughing at you.
they're looking for that
Zidane,
1.5 trillion.
Zidane, yeah.
They're looking for that 1.15 trillion as we speak
Is
right now.
it not being accounted for? Has it left? But then we don't know where it's gone to. Is that where
The minister wasn't able to provide he wasn't able to provide an explanation as to where the location of that money is. Because even when they brought the next day, they brought the, because he got demoted, right? It was after that thing that happened regarding that's when he got demoted.
Yeah, Doris was asked to take over from him before
but then
Doris was pushed away,
they now
and
summoned
Oedele
Doris.
came
They
in.
now summoned Minister Uzoka
Doris Aniti.
and she now tried to cover up and say, hey, that the money was actually approved for the capital projects, but that they needed multiple sign-offs and blah, 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 blah. So the guy now told her, like, okay, if you needed multiple sign-offs, what are those multiple sign-offs and what are those conditions? The minister couldn't answer what those conditions are. So now if the capital funds were approved, where are they? And if they were misappropriated, who's responsible? Because that is a crime. That's the major problem that Minister Wale Edun is facing, and that's why Tinubu got rid of him, because it's going to look bad on his administration.
Well, if that's the case, then Tinubu should hand him over to the FCC.
Not necessarily, because at times most of these things are he misapplied the funds. He didn't put it in his pocket actually. But
yeah,
I don't want to go to he misapplied.
Hold on now. If it's a misappropriation, if it's
misapplication.
No. If it's a misapplication, then there should still be an audit trail. But if it's a misappropriation, then there's no audit trail. So, but we're not seeing any audit trail, which tells us then that it was misappropriated rather than misapplied.
No, he provided it. I just don't want to go too deep into. I just put it in the corner of ill health. So AKO can continue.
Okay. So where did he misapply? You that know about it, where did he misapply it to?
I just said that I don't want to go too deep into that.
Defend his brother. One man.
No. I think it should be handed over to the EFCC. This guy, I think it should be.
So one man, you guys will start telling me. See, Baba now. Baba cannot say this is where the money went to.
No, this is different.
One man. Hold on for Larry, because Larry is very invested in that
you
financial.
see what is happening here, right?
Yeah.
There is probably a lot of people on this call that have little experience about public sector accounting. So that's what I'm saying. So, but when it gets to my time, I will shed more light on what.
No, go ahead. It's not the iron is hot.
Do that.
No, it's not my.
The iron is hot.
I went off.
No, Zeta, we've moved on because
you cannot move on. No,
you go free, go take something. You come back.
One man, give her 3 minutes. One man, give her 3 minutes.
All right.
I just wanted to talk about.
Give me 1 minute.
All right. Let's do this. But guys, when I'm pushing people, it's only really because of others. Aaron started with us. It's not spoken. Prince Daddy, you do know Prince Daddy is here. It's not spoken. Of course, Larry came specifically for the financial something, and the dual came, of course, for a fight. So a lot of people have still not spoken.
Okay, one man, give me my 1 minute.
Carry on. You can have 3 minutes, but
no, I'm not having 3 minutes.
I'm rigid with the time, guys. You have to excuse
me.
I'm
not having 3 minutes, just 1 minute. I never knew that I speak a lot of gibberish, to the extent that I will say something of that magnitude on this platform, and you people burst into laughter, laughing at me. One man, there was a question you asked me one time here. You said, do I get my information different from where others get? And my answer to you that day was yes. Larry. Is Larry there?
Larry is here, yes. Carry on.
Larry, thank you. Oh yeah, make una continue.
Why you say Larry, thank you? Now me we talk the thing.
No, it's not me.
Talk am sef, no.
Yes.
Who talk am?
Hold on. As
Who
your
talk am?
Now me
hold
talk
on.
am, Madam Zita.
Who now? Mention your name.
Hold on, everybody.
Huh?
Hold on. As AKO's credit, has it been misappropriated?
No, wait. I want to know who let that thing out.
It
What's
was
your name?
AKO now. Are you
AKO. Thank
AKO
you very
now?
much. Thank you. You see,
you don't-
Shabi, you dey here when they laugh at me. No wahala.
But that's all I
all
want
right,
to talk about, because I think that was the major. Regarding the article, I really don't care about article and all the nonsense. I think that was the major story to get. So,
all right, but off the back of what you said, I am of the inclination that Wale Edun should be handed over to the EFCC. So all of the reasons why he should not be handed over will be explained to us by Larry. So Larry, floor is yours.
Okay, so the thing is this. Wale Edun has his own responsibility. In as much as Wale Edun is the person that authorizes money, he doesn't disburse money. The only agency that disburses every federal government expenditure is the Office of Accountant General of the Federation. Right? So what is really missing, and this is exactly why I've always had issues with Wale, coordinating the economy. And that's exactly why Tinubu's government has been failing. There's nobody to coordinate the economy. And even Taiwo, for me personally, if you ask my personal opinion, I do not really think Taiwo fitting into that role. Taiwo is a good guy, he's a good guy. I know him very well, in PwC. I've always known him in WISE when he was in Lagos teaching ICANN class and all those things. So, but I do not really think Taiwo has that experience to handle that role. So, Wale, what exactly has been Wale's problem? Let's look at it. The last time that Nigeria has better implementation of budget was in 2024. From 2024 till now, we've been struggling.
So, sorry, big apologies to you, Larry. Can every single person listening to us now check your devices? Make sure you are subscribed. If you are not, please do, because that helps the platform tremendously. Carry on, Larry.
So the last time Nigeria has better budget implementation, 2024. And from 2024 till date, right? The only thing that they've just been doing is to cover recurrent expenditure. The capital expenditure has been lacking. Like I got to know today that 2025 budget, less than 10% for capital expenditure was even released to the military. And that's actually happening to every other sector. And some of those things, Tinubu doesn't get to know those things until people protest. Contractors are being held. A lot of things are currently happening. And there is this gap between Zach, right? From Zach to the CBN governor to Agama in SEC. So there's still gap around them. And the expectation was that Wale was supposed to be the one to coordinate everybody, which Wale has been lacking, right? And there's this problem between Zach and Wale. So there's that's always been before they give Zach that role. So for me, it's not really that, people, it's always easy for people to, push things out. It's a political period, right? It's election period. A lot of things that are going to be pushed out. Even what World Bank said, even a lot of people that are within the financial side understand what World Bank said, but it's a time that people want to quickly push things. What exactly, World Bank was talking about deductions, right? So when you look at the Fed, so there are two different accounts, right? There is a Federation account and there's another account called the Consolidated Revenue Fund. The Federation account, there are some money that are deducted at source before it gets shared across, right? Those are the monies that World Bank was talking about. And those are statutory deductions, except probably somebody wake up tomorrow and change the Nigerian constitution, right? Then we can talk about those statutory deductions, right? Probably if they are too much or something. So for me, I personally think...
Well, for clarity, let me put it this way to help you. That's where they draw the funds they distribute for security votes.
Yes.
And that's where they paid for that jet, which everybody is saying is mysterious. It's mysterious. I hope that helps.
So I think it's just more of, and the problem we also have in Nigeria is the media, right? The media tend to always follow the cliques. They push those things, even though they know it's wrong. And they come back the following day to come correct themselves, even though they know that a lot of people run away with the first thing and not coming back to listen to the correction. So for me, relieving Wale at this point, I think is the best period. For me personally, I think Wale ought to have gone like last year because Wale has always been missing in action, right? The only person that has been doing something within the financial side has just been Cardoso, right? From the other side, Wale has been missing in action. Yeah, Zach has been trying as much as possible to increase the revenue with taxes and everything, right?
But what has Bala Usman also been doing? Just marrying and going to bed.
No, don't mix it, right?
No, she is what's her title now? Coordinating the minister's performance.
No. What Bala is doing is not statutory, right?
Yeah, I know.
So there is different. No, Baba, say let's get it right. There's difference between me working closely with Oga at the top, helping Oga at the top to probably measure some performance, right, through metrics and set some goals and things like that.
Yeah.
Right? That's different from me, statutorily holding a position. Because Bala, whatever the woman does, right, all she just needs to do is just to advise the president. She doesn't have any power to sanction or do anything for anybody. Right? It's just like in a normal organization.
But she can query.
No, she can't. No, she can't. She doesn't have that power to query. She can't. The only thing she can do is to, set goals, right? It's just like in a normal organization, right? Goals are being set and you know your goals. And there are metrics to measure those goals, right? But at the end of the day, the person that sets your goal does not have the right to say, oh, I want to sack you. No, that's not how it works. So Bala can actually be doing whatever she wants to do by measuring those metrics and ensuring that, those goals and those metrics, putting them together and advising the president. So everything still comes to the table of the president to make decisions on whatever Bala has probably advised, right? Oh, okay, Wale is supposed to achieve this milestone in Q3, right? Wale is supposed to, the coordinating minister of transport, minister of this is supposed to achieve this within those period, right?
Exactly.
What exactly have they really done to achieve those goals? If they don't achieve those goals, all the woman just needs to do is like give Oga the numerical data. These are the metrics. This is what they've actually achieved. Probably 65% of their goal, they've achieved it. Probably less than 50%. So it's now left for the president himself to now say, okay, fine. Am I really going to pursue this professionally, or am I really looking into some political things, some political consideration, putting everything in together to be able to make an informed decision? So that's where that woman's thing. So no blame should go to that woman. That woman is just like anybody. Just get to someone to kind of like organize data, put some goals together, put some metrics on it, look for something to measure those metrics and just relate to the president. That's what the woman just does, right? So now, why exactly, personally, and this is me putting my own personal opinion, right? Why exactly will Tinubu's government, even though they are doing a lot of things in stratas, right? Why exactly is it that whatever they are doing now might not really show? It's just because one role is missing in action, coordinating Minister of the Economy. So until we're able to really get to that point where we're able to differentiate between the Office of the Minister of Finance and the coordinating Minister of Economy, if there is need for you to probably appoint someone as the chief economist of the Federation that kind of like handle everything, yeah, the president can actually do it. Because the problem we've always had, right? The last time we had somebody that kind of like fits a little bit into that role, doing, a little bit of Ministry of Finance role and coordinating Minister of the Economy was actually Okojo-Iweala. After that, we've not really had another person that could actually fit into those two roles at the same time. When we had what's this lady called, this Ogun State lady that first worked with
Kemi Adeosun.
yeah, Kemi Adeosun. Kemi Adeosun was doing her role as a normal minister of finance, right? Kind of like doing a little bit more, around finances, government expenditure, ensuring that, revenue and expenditure, what a normal accountant will actually do. And, Kemi Adeosun was actually an accountant. The same thing with this guy now, with Taiwo. Taiwo is an accountant. What exactly? So you look at people from the perspective of their previous experience, their previous role, what have they done before? So look at everything Taiwo has done. An accountant, vast in taxation, right? Written tax policies, worked well with PwC, which is actually good, right? Coming into public sector, do some write some tax policy, write the tax document, tax bill. Did a lot of work coordinating people to ensure that that's passed. That's a good thing, right? Working closely with Zach, that's a good thing. He can actually do well from the fiscal side, because what's the fiscal side? Taxation and government expenditure. So in terms of taxation, working closely with Zach, right, ensuring that they'll collect the right taxes, ensure that government is doing the right thing in that perspective. And when it comes to government expenditure, connecting with all those ministries, working closely with the Accountant General's office, and ensuring that money are being dispersed for what has actually been budgeted for. This is actually good, but that's not really what a country as Nigeria actually need at this point. There's need for that figure, which I think is still lacking in this government, and that's why no matter what this government does, right, a lot of people might not really see the impact, because a lot of things are really done in stratas, right? They said they are doing this policy, they are doing that policy, they are doing that policy, they are doing that policy. But who is that person that is able to look at those policies, put everything together, into, they said it's actually, into their own roadmap and ensure that everything actually aligns, which is still missing. Maybe tomorrow, Tinubu can actually get somebody to really advise him, to get somebody, that understands the economy, to be able to help coordinate the whole economy together, which I think it might do. It might not really do it. It's a politician, because politicians always, put a lot of politics into whatever they want to do. But Wale, I do not know, right? A lot of things are flying around. Oh, money is missing, which is the normal thing. When somebody get relieved of their position, the normal thing in Nigeria, people push a lot of things without fact, right? Probably this money is missing, this money is missing. But what I'm actually expecting, if money is missing, there is an office of Auditor General of the Federation who actually audits the government's accounts, right? So the Auditor General should, in most cases, should be an independent person, should be able to look into the books and raise alarm. And also, there is also National Assembly. If Auditor General raises alarm, there's National Assembly to look into the books and a lot of things. But a lot of people are not really happy with the government as it is now, because there's a lot of things in the budget, right? What we just have in Nigeria is just the book, right? Just the budget without implementation. 2025 budget, I can
3 more minutes, Larry, and then we'll move it around.
Yeah, I'm gonna round up now. 2025 budget, I can bet you that the implementation of 2025 budget is still less than 30%. Now, it's been rolled over to 2026. The expectation is that it's going to roll over till June 2026.
Even there are 3 years gap overlapping budgets.
Yeah. So
that's causing confusion now.
So those are the lapses of Wale, right? Where Wale has actually been missing in action. For me, I want Nigeria to be good. Hopefully, Tinubu wakes up and leave politics a little bit aside. Probably when if he gets into second term, I see him pulling more of the younger people to help him, build things around himself. Yeah, thank you, woman.
All right, excellently put. So a totally different perspective now that AKO and Larry has spoken about. Even more different perspective. Arrow. Sorry about the long wait, Arrow, but sometimes we have to use editorial fiat in the way we.
No, that's okay. I've been pleased to listen to all the different takes.
Sorry, Woman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Before you allow Larry to go, please, I have a question before Aro started his own discussion.
Carry on.
Larry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, sorry, I want to ask you, before, the kind of budget that Nigeria was implementing is just a yearly budget. And
Yeah.
what they will do is that whatever, whether it's 20% or 30% implementation, they will not roll it to the next budget year. They will just stop it, and then they will now include whatever is remaining in the next year budget.
Okay.
But I don't know when they started this rolling over of budget, now that whatever is left of the previous year's budget, they will carry it over to the next year. So take for example, because me, I don't want to agree that there is poor budget implementation in the sense that if you have been looking at our budget implementation before, we don't usually have more than 30, or in fact we have never crossed 50% budget for, I'm talking about capital projects implementation, because of lack
Simba
because of
don't
lack of
disconnect.
fund.
Okay.
So if we now have, let's say, if you look at it like the way it used to be before, if you have like 40% capital project implementation, you roll it over, it's possible that you might not even have fund for the current year budget if care is not taken.
Okay.
So
Larry, Larry,
all right. Sorry. Before you respond, I'm going to bail out. Simba will take it home. Simba, after your little exchange with Larry, Arrow Gideba takes the floor. Arrow to Prince Daddy, Joel of Nashville, of course, and then yourself. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. So back to you guys. Thank you. And please encourage people to subscribe. We want to get 100 of them before the end of the month.
Okay.
Larry, let me put this perspective. Just give me 30 seconds so it will help you also. And if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay,
I think this overlapping came into view when this administration took over mid-year. A budget of Buhari was already in line. And they discovered, in trying to implement that budget, they discovered also that there is a 23 trillion naira deficit, which was the printed money. And then there was no money also. They also printed 7 trillion, which a lot of people are mistaken now when they say, oh, Buhari printed 30 trillion. No, it was 23. Tinubu himself printed 7. And that's where the confusion in trying to moderate that. You discover that, I think in January 2024, they discarded the whole 30 trillion and threw it into a different portfolio as public debt to be purchased by the public and have this, what's it called? This coupon. Exactly. So I think that's where the problem actually started. And up to today, they've not been able to really fix it. What do you think?
Okay, so let me, I'm just going to be candid, right? I'm going to say it the way it is. The problem with Nigeria is just that we do not have realistic budgets. So it's two things, right? Ever since Tinubu came in, right, the budget they've actually been, they've actually had a lot of budget with a lot of assumptions, with a lot of, I don't know, probably they believe some magic is going to happen. A normal professional, if you look at the budget, you know that this is not a realistic budget. If you look at the benchmarks and everything, you don't need anybody to tell you that these are not realistic budgets. And another thing is they put a lot of politics into the process of budget.
Larry, God bless you. Larry, that's your name, right?
Yeah, that's my name.
God bless you. You just saved the Tinubu's government today. In fact, you just saved your race today. Because go ahead.
So another problem is this, right? They put a lot of politics into the process of making budgets, which led into a lot of padding of the budgets. So Take for instance, let me give you an instance. Look at a situation where federal government push in a budget of 7 trillion. I'm just being hypothetical to National Assembly, and National Assembly puts their own budget in it, and everything gets into like 9 point something trillion. And the president, right, signs that into law. What exactly do you expect? How do you expect that to be implemented? So they know it, right? They know it. This is more like you have a document that you know that this document, you can never implement this document. But because of politics, because everybody in National Assembly wants a project to be padded into the budget, right? They pull it everything, they pad it and pad it and pad it and pad it and pad it to the point that, you yourself, if you give me as a minister to work on this budget, I know that this budget, I can't work on it, right? Because it's more of a political budget rather than a normal fiscal budget. That's the problem that the government is currently having. So they will continue rolling over because, and this issue of rolling over, I need to be very candid with you. From my own perspective, right, it's not the best thing. I believe in such a way where you are able to project your revenue and you're able to set your budget in line with your revenue, even if there is going to be probability of error, right? In that, let it not be more than probably 10%, right? But what you have in this case now, it's that you know what your revenue is, and you are just so optimistic, that probably some magic is going to happen, and for crude oil price is going to go as far as this, your production is going to go as far as this. You understand what I'm saying? Which does not really make sense, because if you want to implement that kind of a thing, it's not going to be
Larry,
easy thing
Larry,
to implement.
Larry, sorry. Let me disagree with you a little.
Okay. Yeah.
If you really study our budget,
Yeah.
if you look at the revenue to budget ratio, it's less than 50%.
Okay.
You
Which is not
understand?
ideal anyway.
You understand? So if you are budgeting and majority, half of what you are budgeting for is something that like loan that you want to secure,
Okay.
which is neither here or there. So if you want, the problem that we have is that I think our expectation from that country, I've been saying it, that country revenue is too small for the expectation of Nigeria. Okay, let us take into consideration even this present 2026 budget. The revenue that the federal government is looking for is about 34 trillion.
Okay.
That Nigeria is going to generate, and we have a budget of 60-something trillion.
Okay.
Where's the remaining one going to come from?
So let me tell you something, and this is just me.
Wait now. And if you look at our recurrent expenditure, the recurrent expenditure will swallow more than the revenue that we are going to make. Look at it, for example, the debt servicing alone is taking almost 16 trillion from that budget. And the recurrent expenditure of salary and all those things also taking something like close to that.
14 also.
Okay, so
if you now look at the revenue, so the only thing that they are banking on for capital expenditure, which is actually what is going to showcase the government, say, okay, we are doing something. They are going to get it from loan, which is, and realistically, they cannot even get half of that.
Simba, now let me be candid with you, and I'm just going to say it the way it is. You don't, if you have a revenue milestone that you want to achieve, right, it takes time for you to get there. It's not what you just wake up and you think, oh, we want to quickly get to this place. No, it doesn't work like that. Because it's not like you have something that you know that is so sure, right, that you're going to get that money from. There's a lot of work that needs to go into it. Okay. And that's part of why I feel that there's a lot of optimism, which is good, right? You want to be optimistic. A lot of optimism that are really far from the reality.
But you have to be conservative.
You understand what I'm saying? So one thing that is lacking, and this is the easiest way to really undo a country like Nigeria, simple thing, reduce public expenditure. That's just it. If you don't, you can't keep patching, right? Because you can't keep patching things and you think it's going to be good. No, it won't be good until we become more conservative in our spending, until we're able to really get to that point where we're able to face our reality. I'm telling you, that country is not going to be better.
But
We're
the
still going to
problem,
be patching it and keep patching it, raising our hopes that we're going to get a lot of revenue to cover whatever we want to put as, as our expenditure, and we'll keep deceiving ourselves. That's what I just think.
Larry, let me ask you one question. $150 billion investment in rice. What do you think it would have given us? Do you have an estimate?
Dollar or naira?
You say?
dollar or
You said
naira.
$50 or naira. I said $1 billion.
No, billion naira. 150 billion naira investment in rice production. What do you think it would have given us?
Yeah.
Do you have a name?
So,
Go ahead.
Jewel of Nashville. If we are just being, let's say, normal scenario, right? Ceteris paribus, putting every other variable constant, that this is the normal thing. Yeah, you put that, it's going to give us a lot of things. But the problem I have, it's not really government pulling down money, because we've done it in the past, right? Buhari did a lot of, we are investing in, rice production. At that point, you saw a lot of rice pyramid almost everywhere, even Ogun State. They did one rice pyramid and everything. But if you are able to invest 150 billion, in a better way with proper accountability, I think it's going to,
Go
at
far.
least it's going to get to a point that at least if we are not more, food sufficient, we should get to a point that at least we should feed half or, half of the country. That's what I think.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. You can go to another place. I think
I think before let us move conversation to Arrow.
No,
Arrow,
I'm happy. I'm happy to listen along. I think Larry is on the point.
because if you want to continue like this, some other people will not be able to talk, because so many things that Larry is saying, I don't
Then
quite
check
agree
with
with it.
Prince then if Ro is not ready.
No, I'm ready to talk. I
Okay,
think,
you go ahead.
what are the Baba Ekrole?
Báwo àlàáfíà o, Ro.
Thank you very much, sir. I do salute your courage.
Okay. Odaro, Baba. Good night.
Larry,
Good night, sir.
come back soon.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much,
sir.
Mr.
Thank you,
Larry.
everybody.
Good one, Larry. Good one, Larry.
Have a restful night.
I salute your courage in defending the integrity of people of distinction that we are. So I think one thing I've been taking note of is the activities of ADC. I'm also aware that there's been an appeal court judgment in favor of Nenadi Usman sometimes today.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Abure is gone forever. He's
So
even to pay 10 million to
yeah.
Nenadi.
Now, it doesn't get rid of the Arabambi Pampam coalition in Labour Party. I'm certain that those guys are going to go down with the ship. So it's up to them now to take leadership and to take corrective action. But it then and then looking at myself and saying to myself, myself and BT were postulating that there's about a 5 to 10 day window, probably less than that now, but 5 to 10 day window for any party movers to move. I'm also aware that there's quite a big issue in Adamawa ADC. Elisha Abo, who is a godson to Atiku, I believe has dumped ADC today and is on his way out to a different party. I suspect he might be on his way back to APC. So there's quite a bit going on
No, it
politically.
is with
Binani too.
Binani.
Binani
Is
too.
with
Yeah, it's with
Binani.
Binani, yeah, but I know
They are
about
already going to They are already going to NDC. It's not even today. It has been some few
okay.
days back.
Yeah,
So,
I know the Binani issue has been happening for a few days now, but I've only dropped ADC, I think today or the day before. But yeah, I know there's major issues going on with Adamawa, with the imposition of I think a state chairman in Adamawa and all this. They've lost their cool in Adamawa ADC. So
What happened was that that factions of ADC, they actually suspended Atiku.
I know, yes, yes.
But it's like maybe because they were overwhelmed, and that was why they were leaving. Because when they have seized their party from them, then they have to just leave because the people with bigger spending, bigger power came and hijacked the party from them. That's all.
And which says that Atiku has not changed. He's a man that does not know how to, to concede. Because essentially what has angered the Binani faction is the fact that nothing has even been considered. There's no concession at all. I mean, why can't we come into a coalition together and one party just wants to take everything, make no concessions to us, run away with it, and tell us to go and do one? So essentially, that's what has caused all these issues there. Atiku has not changed. He's a man that doesn't concede at all. And to think that ADC would put a post out there suggesting that that Tinubu is decentralizing in the favor of the Southwest, and actually, intentionally omitting the fact that there's actually a new army depot in Ebonyi. I believe there's actually a new army barrack facility in Enugu as well. That was intentionally left out. They intentionally left out the new police training facilities in the southeast and the south and each of the geopolitical zones. It's quite interesting, but it is what it is. This is politics. We're going to see a lot more of it as we go into the main political season. Like I say, a lot will happen between now and June. By I think by the first, second week of June, we'll see quite quite a lot of political rascality. Really, I was going to say just because you will see people being very desperate. But I think between today and the next 10 days or less, maybe between today and 10 days, I think we'll see a lot of people moving political parties. I expect Obi to move. I really do expect him to move, because it does seem there like the likes of Amechi and Co are not willing to concede. And you can see those guys.
If Obi is moving, will he drag along Kwakwaso with him? So Obi now will not be dragging Kwakwaso like his handbag.
It depends on how desperate Kwakwaso is himself. It will seem that Kwakwaso. Now, then again, Kwakwaso is known to be someone that is known to be a tricky fellow. Kwakwaso is someone that can tell you something in the morning and it means a different thing in the afternoon. So, I mean, Gobi cannot be guaranteed that Kwakwaso's statement about being willing to run as a running mate, he can't take it to the bank. And I hope he's not willing to take that to the bank, because that's not guaranteed. But I guess they could move together. Both of them are technically partyless, really. Both of them have come into ADC under duress, actually. I don't believe either of them has come into ADC. The likes of Amechi and Atiku, and yes, those guys have come into ADC and taken charge of a party. But Obi and Kwakwaso have found their way there, under some form of duress, because they've left. They've had no other options in the parties they were in at the time. So I don't think they are as committed to the ADC as the others are. So they could easily move within the next 10 days. I'm not certain, but I have this terrible feeling, because Obi will look at the Nenadi Usman judgment and say, well, that opens up Labour Party. They are going to have their state congresses. I suspect that they still have quite some influence at the state levels. They will not have enough time for national congress, so they're just gonna go into primaries. So I don't know. I think it'll be my jump back into the Labour Party. Amechi has rebuffed them. Atiku has gone very public to make it very clear that he's not willing to step down for anybody. So he lives up with, and he said it very, very clearly as well that he's willing to leave the ADC. I believe he said it last week or the week before, that he's willing to leave the ADC. Well, tacitly what he was trying to say is if they don't give him the tickets, he's going to leave. So I think he can see the writing on the wall. He's not going to get the ticket, I don't think. I don't think himself and Kwakwa can outmuscle Atiku or Amechi. So he's going to leave. It might be in his best interest to go back to the Labour Party. It's there for the taking. So thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Aro. Is Prince Daddy there? Prince Daddy. Okay, Joel, can you make your submission?
Yeah. So, Joel of Nashville, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. Baba, please go to the next. Let me do this thing. Go to the next person. I'll come.
Okay, Bishop, is Bishop there? Bishop. Okay, who's ready to talk then? Because it's like everybody is silent. I don't know who has not. Baba, have you made your submission?
Yeah, I have. I
So-
spoke from the beginning, actually.
Okay.
So I think if Zita is available, or Arrow.
Aro just finished talking now.
They can
Jewel is
continue.
not ready. Prince Daddy,
Okay.
Prince Daddy is not even on the platform. Okay, Prince Daddy is also not here. Kenny, are you there?
Okay.
AKO.
Baba, I guess we can talk about the current situation with the cabinet. I didn't address that. I suspected as much that when they brought Oyedele along, that
Aro, we said it immediately. They brought to it on even on this platform that that this man is going. So maybe two months ago, we said it.
Yeah, and I think he has some health issues as well that he's dealing with. Together with some of the inconsistencies and the issue, I suspected as much that they were going to move him up. And he's done very well, I think. The first few months and the first year of this administration, they needed to stabilize and to make some policy decisions there, to stabilize the economy, to bring some confidence and whatnot. And you can see that between himself and Cardoso, they did just that. And I think it's now a period maybe where Zach and Oyedele, this is where they're going to really they'll be needed. Because like you said yourself earlier on, the issue is our budgets actually have not been realistic in terms of the revenue we bring in, and in terms of just the budget balancing. Our budget is too political. And even the way the budget
you cannot. I don't like that. Say that the budget is too political, because if you are a politician, if so the only thing you can showcase that is to show your presence, is to have something done for your people. And in a situation whereby a country is so broke that you don't even have anything left to even do any simple capital project. So what do you do?
Yeah, but what I mean in that sense, in that regard, is this: a lot of the budgeting is all based around, okay, look at the idea of constituency projects. Some of the constituency projects are irrational. They are lacking in I mean, there's just people are doing things just to say that we brought something to our home to our people. And I think expenditures are being made in some areas because Mr. A got it so that Mr. B has to get the same thing. Whereas logically, it's possible for Mr. A to get this because this is what works for Mr. A, and Mr. B gets something else because this is what works for Mr. B. And it's not. And you saw a situation where I think it was one of these people that said, "Oh, they are spending such and such amount in the south, in the southwest, on roads and this is the amount of their budgeting for the north for roads." Whereas it's not logical because the topography of the southwest and the southern region and the northern regions is not the same.
I think there is a misplacement of priority here. Let me say this. In a situation whereby you have a country that cannot generate enough revenue to carry out capital projects, if you have been looking, even if you look back, even when we say we have windfall, go back to Goodluck Jonathan era or Obasanjo era. What percentage of our capital projects do we not normally even fund, even with our budget? We are not looking at that. Everybody just like, oh, the one government to do this, one government to do, thinking that the government has unlimited amount of fund to do that. People might look at me and say, I'm giving excuses for government. But if we don't really understand what is going on, everybody will just be crying and be shouting. That is the reality of the country. So I don't understand. If you don't know, it's like a father to children. The children will always demand from the father. They don't even know how much the father has. And that's what causes problem. The only thing that we know that, okay, we think that, okay, everything is being stolen. Yes, there is a lot of corruption. Fine. But if you look at our budget, look at it before they even start stealing it. It doesn't make sense.
Inadequate. It is greatly inadequate.
It doesn't make sense for a country of almost 230 million people.
It is grossly inadequate. The budget is inadequate. But then we're undertaxed as well. I mean, when you look at the level of taxation, it's just poor. You know.
But you have, it's like there's a detachment.
Right.
There's a detachment between the government and the people of Nigeria. The people have unrealistic expectation from, and the only thing they think maybe is actually the problem is that they just believe that the money is there, that the politicians or the leaders are just stealing the money. Okay, look at.
Yeah.
Wait, now let me. We've been calling you. You are not here, so let me finish
I hear
my.
you. I was busy, but I heard everything everybody said. But go ahead. I need to make my brief submission.
So
right?
what you have made me to lose my thoughts now. Just okay, say what you want
I
to say.
remind you. You said that there's a realistic expectation from the citizens. That's what you were saying. So go ahead.
So Simba, you can't blame the citizens.
Simba, you have to finish what you were saying. No? I think you are onto the idea that the citizenry thinks that everything is being looted and they don't have an understanding of what the baseline is.
Yeah, exactly to that point. So let him finish. We'll wait for you, Simba. Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this. Because now you are talking about tax, Aro, you can see the kind of resistance. Do you understand that even the citizenry, even the kind of politics that we practice, you understand? Look at the kind of false information that the opposition are putting out there for the citizen. And let me tell you, the citizen will believe whatever is coming from the opposition than what the government is saying. You understand? I heard Amechi saying 30% of their money will be taken as tax. How is that one possible? You understand? So if you look at Nigerian tax to revenue ratio, in fact, it's one of the least, even in West Africa, talk less of the when you now extrapolate it to the rest of Africa or the rest of the world. So I don't know how we can marry everything. Let me tell you, if you continue the way we do it, we continue recycling, because even the politician, they will say a lot of things that they don't even know how they will get money to fund whatever they want. Everybody can say anything that when I get there is when they get there, start giving excuses. And we keep on recycling, and recycling. We have to sit down in that country. I don't know how the government and the citizens have to just sit down and see how they can fashion out things for that. We need to raise our revenue for us to have a meaningful development in that country. Earlier on, Joel was asking a question that 150 billion naira investment in rice, how much will it? Let me tell you, if you invest that 150 billion naira, you will not even get 100 billion naira from it. One, our land in Nigeria is not even, we don't have any advantage in rice production. If you go to Thailand and all those places where they grow rice, it's a natural way of growing rice. They have the marshy area, the terrain is actually, they have that advantage. Go to Thailand, all those Southeast Asia country, go to even the South America, they have that kind of land that is good for rice production. So if you want to go into agriculture, it's not everything that you think that you can produce. Why are they not producing cocoa in Thailand? Why are they not producing cocoa in other places? Because they don't have that advantage.
Rice
So
is not
you
a
look at
natural.
Rice
But
is not
we produce rice in Nigeria.
Hold on, millet. Millet
let
is
me
a
chime in,
natural
please.
We
grain
produce
that
rice
will
in
be
Nigeria.
growing in
We
this
produce
country.
rice in Nigeria.
we produce rice. The kind of rice that we produce in Nigeria is not the one that we don't have that. If you look at how
The
many
advantage is not
tons
there.
per hectare,
Produce
how
it,
many
invest
tons
in it.
per hectare? Wait now. You see people have even per hectares of land, they can produce 12 tons, 15 tons. In our home, maybe barely 1 ton or 2 tons. Is that an advantage?
Okay.
But the fact that
So
we produce rice does not mean we have an advantage over rice production.
okay, it seems that we don't always have to have an advantage. Okay, so let me chime in briefly. But we do produce rice. Actually, I actually heard that the type of rice that we produce in Nigeria may be actually more expensive because of, I guess because of the quality of it compared to the
More
Thailand or other
nutritious.
Asian. I believe so. I believe that's what they said. So, but always making excuses. Yeah, I can believe that Thailand, maybe China, they have a natural advantage when it comes to growing rice. But over this damn years that we've been trying to grow rice, you're telling me we've not been able to find a way to improve our yield per hectare. That's a joke. Say we can always make excuses all day long. I don't believe in that. When the Israelis can grow, green, crops in a desert because of their drip irrigation and some other advancement in their agriculture in agriculture sector. No, we can barely grow rice, and I don't
But
believe that. By the way,
what
I
grains are they
I
growing?
think I think that we
What
can
grains are they
grow rice
growing?
in Nigeria with a better yield actually without that much that much investment in some really crazy technology. We don't have to do that. I think there are some places in Nigeria we can grow rice successfully, maybe not to the level of Thailand, but at a really high yield. But if I can chime in earlier, to what my friend Larry was saying, I think Larry was describing the actual process of corruption in Nigeria and perhaps anywhere else in the government. The notion that Wale Edun, or I guess the guy that just got fired, or reshuffle, doesn't control the money, doesn't write a check, doesn't mean he can't steal the money. So no, I mean, I'm not for sure buying that kind of a logic. It doesn't make any sense to me. Um, but that's the way they all steal money anyway. You can call it misappropriation or whatever term or what you want to use to describe it. That is fine. But that's a classic way of stealing money. Do I know for sure? By the way, I don't know for sure. But let's not pretend that this, unlike many of you guys, I tend not to call our leaders stupid or dumb because they're pretty smart. They're smart at what they do, but because they do something wrong, you think they're stupid. They're not stupid. So while they're doing not knowing what $1.3 trillion or whatever the amount was, it doesn't know how it got spent or misappropriated. Doesn't mean that it's clueless about what is going on. It's a joke. It's not real. To me, again, it smells like what it is usually, which is stealing. They've stolen the money. If that's what we're talking about. And I think Tinubu will have more insight to it. You can't just say, we can't find this amount of money because it was misappropriated. Yeah, right. They all misappropriate their money. That's how you steal it.
Prince, are you done?
I think. Can you hear me, Simba?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, you don't want to speak about the.
Mr. Remy never talk.
Remy
I don't know whether you can. I don't know whether you can hear me. Simba, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hold on, Remy. So let me spend a couple of minutes to what is the other topic anyway? What else is there?
You want to talk about the opposition?
Which opposition is that? What is the next topic?
You are talking about what can I even remember the topic? Yeah, earlier on I heard Aro talking about the Supreme Court judgment for Labour Party that they are giving the nod to Nenadi Usman.
Is it the Supreme Court or the Appeal Court?
The appeal court. So I guess what is I think it's premised on the idea that the Supreme Court had earlier made a judgment against Abure that he's not a legitimate chairman, which was, I believe, was secured by Arabambi and Co when they were, they had their issue. So
but even if they appealed now to Supreme Court, I don't think the Supreme Court will change the verdict of the appeal court. I think they will go in line.
They wouldn't.
Simba, I think the idea of Nenedi Usman, which was in favor for Obi, immediately will be left. I don't think that Nenedi Usman is interested in Labour Party anymore. Just a waste of time. That is why you are not seeing them coming out to talk.
I think I've been seeing that in Nenedi Usman, even in ADC from.
Yes, there's no more in that party anymore. So it just says, I think the original Labour Party.
So the chairman of a party that is already fraternizing with another party.
Yes, that's it. So I think at the end of the day, the original.
They could be looking to collapse as well. Okay. They could be looking to collapse their structures into ADC.
Let me wrap it up. So, I don't know much about the details with the Labour Party. I really don't. And just like you said, since Peter B left, I'm not sure why Labour Party would be any relevant to the politics. It usually come back to Peter B, and I guess right now Congress will write the OK Party, as they say, or whatever. I don't see success for those people anyway. Those two. Just like Buhari, people talk a lot about Congress sold 1.5 million in Kano or whatever, Jigawa State, and you have the OB 6 million. For many years we heard about Buhari's 20 million followers, and he carried out that damn 20 million for how many elections? Three presidential elections or so, and was not able to capitalize or win. So it tells us one thing for sure, that if you have 10 million or 100 million voters, guaranteed, so to speak, and winning, it's quite obvious that you have to grow that number. You have to do something differently, and of course, Tinubu was the difference that made all the difference for Buhari, because that man could not do anything. He showed he was not a politician. It was dull. It wasn't that good. That was just Buhari for you, and that's why I could not do nothing. So it tells you a lot. You have this nice shiny toy or tool, you can't do nothing with it. I mean, it shows that you have to be creative and be able to do something with what you're given, just like the parable in the Bible goes. So Tinubu was a big difference for Buhari, and that's why he won. So there comes Obi now, with 6. Obi is proving himself to be, uh, Obi is what Obi is. It's proven himself not to be anything of value, quite frankly. And then he shows himself jumping up and down, going from one party to another. And for sure, I don't think so him and Kwankwaso's combination, I don't see what that would do. I don't see, because Kwankwaso himself, he doesn't know how to play politics. He talks arrogantly, and that comes Obi also. Always, trying to pander to some sentiment. So these guys, they're just giving really Tinubu a free ride in this next coming election, especially if you can end up having 3 solid parties that are going to compete. Then if you want to add in the PDP, right? The PDP, I think they have to. I mean, it would be only unwise not to have a PDP presidential candidate. They have to have one. It's to the interest or the benefit rather of Tinubu. They need to have a PDP flag bearer, just to widen the space. And when they do that, all this goes to Tinubu's benefit, in securing that the next coming election. I mean, that's what we have. So yeah, again, Labour Party, they have nothing to offer. I just want to see where Peter B ends up, quite frankly. And Atiku, of course, Atiku, I've said it before many times, is the worst politician ever. Even Obi is smarter than Atiku. Obi is super smarter than Atiku in the context of what I'm talking about, because he himself, there's one thing, if you guys briefly with a sports analogy, basketball, right? So there used to be a team, in the NBA. Well, there is a team in the NBA in terms of the players, the Utah Jazz, right? The Utah Jazz, they had great players, like this guy called Karl Malone and his sidekick, John Stockton. These guys are very good players, right? But as much as they competed when they were playing, they could never win a championship. But if you see these guys play, you have to give them credit. They were that good. Well, they had to face the best of the best, Michael Jordan, Akeem Olajuwon, and they lost. So it's totally understandable. Those 2 guys are well respected in the NBA. When it comes to the basketball players overall, they are highly respected because those guys competed against the best and they lost. So they get a lot of respect. But Atiku, in this analogy, Atiku doesn't do. He doesn't come out and give a full competition. He doesn't do that. The last election was the worst of them all. Why? Because all he had to do was play, smart politics, but he had to get into a squabble with Wike, and Wike with Ayu must go. There came this other 5 governors, coming together to oppose them. So he has so much unforced errors. So he just tells me that this Atiku guy is not smart at all. He's just not smart. So I don't respect him for a bit at all. I do not respect that guy. I think he's hopeless as a politician for all the resources and so-called experience that he had or he has. But that's what I call, just like Trump said. Like Hillary had a lot of experiences, but they had bad experiences, just like Atiku. He's been a VP before, he's been a governor, but they're all bad experiences because he can't point to one of those things as successes to carry over to compete at the highest level.
Praise Daddy, I'm happy that the chicken is coming home to roast.
Remy?
Yeah, Simba.
Okay, Nazri, sorry, Joey, are you ready?
Yeah, I think I'm ready to go. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do this.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's been an unfortunate situation. Remy, I'm happy. God has kept every one of us alive. Baba is here. Every one of us here. We've been talking about this economy. You see, there is nothing wrong with supporting anybody you want to support. But always at any point in time, be ready to tell that person where they are going wrong. Because a stitch in time saves 9.
First and foremost, on this show, I think if they were listening to this show, both the for and against, they'll run a better country. Because on these shows, no matter how you want to look at what we are saying here, you find out that we are still profiling solutions. Whether you are for OBO or you're for Abado, there is some form of information that we give to these guys. And sometimes you wonder, how did these guys get into power? But you should be always support who you want to support, but tell the person the truth. On this show, we mentioned what's his name again? Is it Rwane? What's his name again? I think it's the financial guy. He said it immediately. Tinubu came in and said that he wanted the 1 trillion economy. Experts started coming out to say, "Guy, it cannot happen." Okay, if you say that is the target for you, what are you doing to achieve it? Practically nothing. It is not that you had an investment in agriculture. It is not that you have investment in power. It is not that you have declared a state of emergency in health. It is not that you declared emergency in education. It is not that you did anything remarkable with small businesses. It is just there. It is just simple. You know, I was telling someone, I think on this show too, I said, Nigeria economy is the easiest economy to manage. You know why? I said on this show, because we are still at the infant stage of economic development. All these trillion budgets that we have yearly does not show that we are growing. If you have a 100 billion budget and 30% was implemented, would it have been better for you to just say, you know what, let's just do 40 billion. Let us have a 40 billion budget and be efficient in managing that. Because what happens is that when we start putting those billion, and for you, what you can provide for yourself, what you can produce for yourself is about 20 to 30%. Then you have to borrow to make up for the rest. What are you doing? You are creating avenues for politicians to steal money. That is the reason why we have budget padding. 15 trillion, 20 trillion. Oh, it sounds so good. How much is being implemented? You see, you might say anything you want to say about Peter Obi, but most of these things happening today, he was treating it. Our biggest problem in Nigeria is the cost of governance. That is one of our biggest issues. Cut down according to your truth. Cut it down. That's why I said a normal guy from Onisha will manage this economy, because our economy is not that. I asked the question here: 150 billion naira into rice production will give us what? Somebody was saying, "Oh, we cannot produce. We cannot produce." You have one of the most nutritious rice ever in the world. And you are not even saying, how do we even grow our own? Can we grow that same rice and sell it and tell people this is more nutritious, even more expensive than that one? After all, when you go to the store, you see some rice that are more expensive. All them Vashwani rice, all these different brands of rice. Can we have ours and it is expensive? Yes. The other day, I just realized that we even grow grapes in Nigeria. We can do many things in Nigeria. Somebody was saying, "Oh,
let me interact with you, Joel.
Go ahead.
During the Buhari administration, through central bank, they spent billions. And when they started harvesting that rice, that was when Buhari stopped the production just to encourage the sales of the locally produced rice. Do you know that the rice that we produce in a year was actually more expensive than the imported rice?
Yes. Then you produce more. Then you produce more.
Even I have friends. Wait now, Remy. Let me finish. I have friends that took that loan and invested. Even what was the name of this lawyer that used to come on this platform? He can give you. He invested a lot. He has a farm in Abuja, and he discovered that they cannot compete. So people are even smuggling imported rice. Well, anybody can say anything is easy. It's only when you are shadowed with that responsibility that you know that he is not a kobo thief.
My brother, my brother, my brother, this is the thing. This is my thing. This is my thing, right? I believe in a proper coordinated system. You can produce anything in Nigeria. You can. In fact, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Do you know presently in Nigeria?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. You have your time.
This train of thought.
No problem.
Let him continue.
And let me just finish just this train of thought. That you can come in, right? In Nigeria these days, right, Remy? Because I was telling something. Let's say I said it on this show, right? I said acre by acre. People are doing it today. People are managing farms for people. Right? People might say, "Oh, it's a private sector thing." But if it has a backing of the government, it has to be something that comes out like, it's a national plan. It's an emergency, so you coordinate it very, very well.
And
it is easy. It is easy to do.
What I would have loved, let me tell you this. Before the discovery of oil in Nigeria, agriculture was the mainstay of the economy.
Exactly.
I think we have a natural advantage in some production, in some both crop and cash crop production. I think if I'm in government, I will not venture into everything and anything. I will venture into some agricultural produce that I think will have a natural advantage.
Exactly.
You understand? No, but we don't have that natural advantage in rice. But when you talk about palm production, you talk about groundnut production.
Sorry, Simba. Though we don't have an actual advantage. Though. Why did the government commit to spend a lot of money to increase the rice production? Why did it do it? Based on what?
I don't understand your question.
We don't have a natural advantage, just like you said. So my question is, why did the government commit so much resources to want to improve the rice production in Nigeria?
I think what actually driven that was because they look at how much we spend in importation of rice.
Yes.
And maybe they felt that, okay, if we are producing locally, this is the amount of money that we are going to save. But it failed.
Yeah. Yeah. I think as Joel finished.
Sorry, Remy. So, and the number one reason, according to you, is because we don't have that natural advantage. Yeah. Remy, 1 second. Because we don't have that natural advantage in terms of our land. That's the only reason why we failed. Is that what you're saying, Simba?
No. You cannot compare Nigeria with a rice-growing nation like Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam, which they cultivate their land more than 70% cultivated for rice production, and they don't have insecurity problem, and they don't have so many factors that always hinder growth in Nigeria. So you cannot compete with them, whether you like it or not. And then secondly, our people have already grown to the consumption of this polished rice. In fact, a lot of Nigerians will tell you that they prefer the foreign rice than the local planted one. So there's so many things you have to think. The perception of the people is also there. would they prefer to eat made in Nigerian rice? I would tell you categorically that 70% of Nigeria would say no.
No,
That's
it's
why we
no,
don't.
no, no, Remy, Remy,
Hold on, Remy.
Remy, that's
That's
not
why we
true. That's
don't
not
make
true.
that
The Nigerians want to eat
politics.
it. If you
We
cook
don't make.
something like ofada rice, it is tastier than the foreign rice.
I agree
So
with
I've heard.
you.
Yes,
I
so
agree with
people
you.
want to eat it, but the availability.
Remy, let me say this. It's not what you are saying that is even the issue. Let me give you, for example, FCMB, they were empowering young farmers to go into rice production. One, they have to buy pumping machine for them. They have to fuel those pumping machine. In Cambodia, in those Asia countries, Thailand that you are talking about, they don't use pumping machine to. It's a natural line that when monsoon rain started, during the monsoon rain in those places, they have a naturally flooded areas in thousands of
And
kilometers. You
and we
understand?
don't have none of that. Say back.
We do have, but we cannot compete.
Okay,
The
we
acres
have
of
but can't
land
compete.
is one.
Okay, just you can say, I don't even know how much. I have traveled, and even when Baba Buhari started this thing, I even wanted to bet. I just look at everything, and even the people that took that loan, the amount of money they spent on production, they cannot even make profit, and that's why majority of people that took that loan, they could not even pay back.
Well, again, it
So
shows
it's very
when you're
easy to
trying
come
to
online
hold
and
on.
say everything is possible.
When
It's
you're
all
trying
those
to
things.
if when you're trying to do something like that, that's why you have to be strategic, right? That's what I was asking. The reason why the government chose rice. Okay, I think you said
Why
because we
the
hold
way
on.
you are
You
thinking,
said
if
because
every
we
country
import
can be
so much.
producing everything,
Hold
the
on.
normal
You
economy
said you
says that you produce what you have an advantage in producing.
okay.
Why
If
this
you
is
can hear me,
I don't even
please
know
hold on.
what you are talking about. Want to be producing
Hold on.
rice,
You
want to
said
be
because we
producing
import.
wheat, want to be
Simba,
producing
can you
everything.
hear me?
We can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Go
I can
ahead.
hear you.
Okay. So Simba said because we import so much rice, okay, then the government said, okay, well, it's better that we're trying to grow the rice locally, which makes sense, right? So that my point here is that the government could have been more strategic about it, right? If the cost of you said the cost of production is so high for Nigerian farmers, so you would think that the government is found a way to strategize to look to reduce those costs before inviting people to invest in that farming. But if you ask me, by the way, if you ask me, okay, just like most damn subsidy and government programs, I can guarantee that it was all a fraud. Anyways, it's for the listen. I heard it before. I think on this show and other places. I guess. See, when they give out all these loans for rice and all this agriculture investment, it's only the big people that don't have no damn farm get those money and funds. So
No, no,
that little
no,
money goes.
no, 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 no,
Hold
no.
on,
Please,
Remy. I
you are
know you
wrong
work for the
about
government. I
that.
know you work for the Tinubu government. Just let me land.
No, 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 no. Don't talk that way. I beg you, please. You are more than that. I just want to quickly correct you.
That is a cheap way of
Yeah,
silencing people. If
yeah,
if they
yeah,
want to
yeah.
just silence you, that's what they will
They
say
said they
now.
were.
No.
I
I just
will
made a
You have to
comment
go
put
there
that
about.
in
like
here
this,
too.
you are that.
Actually, hold
That
on.
is
Put that
a cheap
in.
When I
way
mean,
of doing it.
hold on. See, what I was talking about actually was under Buhari's government. It wasn't even Tinubu's government.
Okay,
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 so
okay. Please,
okay.
that I want to quickly respond to you. In terms of the loan, when they are during the Buhari regime, one of my friend got a loan to start a poultry farm. He does not know anybody in government. I think the major bane of most Nigerians is that when the government start a policy or a program, most Nigerians will always wave it their hand. No, they will not give it to me. It is only those they know, or those people know people in government. They don't normally try to go and strive for it first because it's there for everybody. And those ones that they went for it, they got it. It got the loan. It still have that poultry farm to today in Ibadan. It still have it, and the business is prospering. So what I want to
Yeah,
talk
Remy.
about, let me say this. What I want to talk about economic of scale, like Simba said before, during Buhari regime, they were looking inward. It's an inward policy that we can grow the rice here instead of importing it. Because first and foremost, Buhari administration have a lot of problem. there's not enough revenue to go around because of mismanagement of previous government and also its own laxity. And of course, we also have COVID-19 problem. So there were so many issues that he was battling. So, and majority of Nigerian prefer imported product more than the local produced one. If you say an average Nigeria, it will prefer because they don't even trust Nigerian for sometimes. They will just tell you they prefer, especially when you talk about food like rice, or when you talk about wine or maybe spirit or something like that, even clothing. So we have myriad of problems, and the myriad of problems stem from this unnecessary.
Remy, let me say this.
Hold on. Joel, go ahead. So let Joel continue, so I can come in later. Joel, go ahead.
No. After Joel is me. Okay, Joel, go ahead because he has the floor.
Okay, so that's that's that. Secondly, we've been talking about the personnel working around Tinubu. Somebody in a whole country like Nigeria, we are looking for a coordinating minister of economy. So it's unfortunate. It means that Tinubu did not do his job very well. He was blinded by tribalism. Because when you look at the people around that sector, it is from the Yoruba tribe. And when people point to that, it means that, you see, if you have people from different tribes, it also makes you to sit up. In Nigeria, if you work in offices and people are from diverse background, most likely, they will, directly or indirectly, push each other, try to do things right. Stop slacking. If I come to work in the morning and I come at 10 o'clock, and the person that I'm going to see is from my own tribe, it would make most likely it happens even here in the United States where Nigerians work. If a Nigerian is taken over from you or you're taken over from a Nigerian, it happens here. So the thing there is this: Tinubu has to break that. He has to bring in or some people that are more qualified because
Can I ask you a question? When you talk about people in government various ministry, if you know quite well that when we talk about Minister of Finance, they don't work alone. They have to work with Minister of National Planning. They have to work with various ministries, and there's so many parastatals under the Minister of Finance that they have their head, that they are independent. And even the CBN also have to work with the Minister of Finance. And most of these people in this ministry are not Yorubas. They all scatter all around the federation of the country. We have, like, for example, before the Minister of State for Finance, before they reallocated her to National Planning, was an Igbo woman. And we have a lot of people from the northern part of the country that are also holding important positions. So sometimes I don't like the way you come here and stereotype that it's the Yoruba.
You see, the buck stops on the court of the person heading that department. Go ahead.
You come. And all these things you guys have been talking about Wale Edun and the rest of it, none of us really have a good grip of what really transpired that the president asked him to leave. You talk about, and when you talk about money in public sector, it's not only the Minister of Finance will just sign. It passed through a lot of tables, a lot of aid, a lot of people in the federal civil service. It's not so easy like that. There must be an audit trail, and I agree with anybody that say that if after doing the audit trail and they found him culpable, he should be arrested and jailed. That is enough. But you coming here and when we talk about whether the guy have done one thing or the other, you cannot tell me the economic still remains from 2023 to today. There has to be a lot of changes, a lot of improvement. Let's appreciate success. Not everything is condemnable. So because you might not like the guy now, and if the guy you like comes into power, it does not mean it's going to be 100% guarantee that he's going to perform better than the previous one. So sometimes we can condemn, we can criticize, but let's do it objectively. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you very much. The issue there is just simple. You were employed to do a job. You don't have all the years to do it. I'm talking about accountability in government. If you have only your tribe person as head of those parastatals, there will be somehow, in some way, and this thing I'm talking about, Tinubu might not be in the know. Just like what is happening today. Was Tinubu in the know? No. He gets it now from where? From the news. So what are we talking about? When we raise this issue, these are part of the problem. It's just like I have you and your siblings work in a place. If you work in a glass company with your siblings and you break a glass, do you think your siblings will want to throw your house out there? It's just that simple. You don't need, it's not rocket science. So what we are seeing in Tinubu's government is that most of the people he employed, maybe with good intentions, they got in there and they started slacking. They became like a desico towards the position, towards the job they were employed to do. Let us face the facts. There was more money given. So there was more money given to the governors. What was the outcome? If we are to measure outcome based on the money that was given to them, knowing full well what they were earning prior to that, we should have a better economy. So, but the issue there is that there is nobody. It's like everybody is doing what they want to do. And when the people are saying, look, we are not getting a fair share from this, some of us come here and say, oh, no, forget it. The economy policy is doing so good. No, it is not translating to the people. If you can tell Ababio to do whatever he did with the electoral reforms and all that, if you can control Ababio to that point, you can have a constitutional amendment that will make the extra money that was gotten from oil subsidy money for national emergencies, especially in power, agriculture, health, and education. You could have done that. We would have seen it, Korokoro. At least this one, you know that these 4 things I want to do it. We would have seen it. Even if you don't get to the pinnacle, we would have seen the efforts. But today it's like we've lost everything. When they said it was 39 million that was released to the health sector last year, people came and said, "Oh man, but now everybody's seeing the reason why." It was thinking that World Bank could say that 34 trillion is not accounted for. It does not look right. It does not look right. Well, I think we have flogged Wale Edun. I like the guy personally as a person. I like him. I like his demeanor. But if he has to go, he has to go. I'll end with this. The issue of ADC. First and foremost, I want to throw a blame today too at the doorsteps of Peter Obi. Even though from news that are coming out from the ADC, from certain chieftains, there was an agreement before he entered the party, and now it's like they now try to cage him, like trying to renegade on those agreements. Now, those agreements were not really specified, so I cannot speak on them. But the thing there is this.
Hold on,
the ADC is not.
What was the agreement, Joel? What was the agreement? I said,
I am not. If you are listening to Victor May on Arise TV, he did not give any details to it. But he scratched the topic a little bit, but he did not give no details. So I cannot quote nobody. wrongly in order to just make a point.
So,
No,
do they promise him the presidency or they promise him
I
the
don't know. I don't know. I don't know what OPs. I don't know.
The question I will ask you before you continue is this: is it difficult for Obi to contest in the party primary? Why is it so difficult?
No. This is the thing, Remy.
I don't know why.
You and I know if Peter Obi has the if he was open to buying delegates, at least he has some money to buy some.
No.
Hold on now. Let me talk now. I'm going somewhere. If Peter Obi's goal was to buy delegates on his own, I'm not talking about funds he's going to get from other people. Peter Obi can buy some candidates, can buy some delegates. But as a matter of principle, he is not that kind of person. And in the normal, hold on, please. In the normal Nigerian primary elections, right? You have money being thrown around. And for him, as a matter of principle, he believes that the process that brings him into power is as important as what he does afterwards. So it's for him, it's a matter of principle. And the thing there is that, you see, when he was given that opportunity to do it in Anambra State, he did it perfectly well. He owed nobody. Nobody was talking to him. He had no godfather. He was just doing his thing. And he did a great job in Anambra State. So the thing there is this: I always look at people, look at what people did in the past, and if they are consistent with it, even with their actions. Peter B have shown that, over the years. Look, if the ADC wants to lose the next election, I believe that theirs will be worse than Tinubu, than PDP. If ADC wants to lose the next election, first and foremost, power must be zoned to the south. Let it be that Obi and Amechi contested and Amechi won. Fair game. But anything that will make power go back to the south for the next 4 years, me personally, I will not support that move. For I believe that power must be retained in the south for the next 4 years. If ADC wants to go ahead with bringing in Atiku to run, it means that the foundation that brought the ADC is not an equitable one. There are cracks in the foundation. For Nigeria, even within Northerners, they will see ADC as a party that does not believe in equity. And even if you look at
I don't even know why you are talking like somebody who doesn't understand how that ADC came into being. Why are you talking like this? Somebody midwife an hijack of a party, and then he started calling people to come and join, and then you wanted that person to leave that.
They were all in the discussion of a creation of that party. They were all in discussion. Atiku must have had. Hold on now.
Okay, Joel. So that goes. Atiku become the flag bearer of the ADC party, and Peter B is the VP. Are you going to go for that? Yes or no?
No. It's an insult. You see, self-preservation is the first. Look, in Atiku's interview, he said that the South has been in power for 10 years, and the North, am I right? No, for 18 years or so, and the North for 10 years. Did Nigeria start in 1999? The one IBB was doing, the one IBB did, the one Abacha did.
No,
the one
don't be clever by half.
The one Shagari did, the one Buhari did.
Wait, what Atiku was talking about was there was no agreement about rotation of power between the North and South until 1999. And when that one started, that was what he was talking about. Don't take us back to
But it's not. It's not. My brother. Look, let me tell you this. Let me tell you.
you
Let me
cannot
tell
even
you.
be putting military into this. Military,
Why won't I put military? Why won't I
it's
put
not
military?
democracy. They came to power by force.
Forget.
You cannot be abandoning
Remy.
military into it.
Remy. If the people before Atiku did what they ought to do, today their region will be the greatest. Unfortunately, they have redundant leaders. They have leaders
Joe,
that do
can
not
I
think.
make my own
Right?
submission?
So please, let us leave
Let
it
me
at
tell you,
that.
I know you,
Simba,
you.
let me make my own
You
submission.
are saying this because you know that it will be in favor of whatever article is saying will be if that argument that you are putting out there is not from your inner mind because you know that it's going to favor will be that's why you are clamoring for that.
No,
It's
no, no,
not
no. But excuse me. Let me ask you. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe that power should stay in the south or should go back to the north in
me,
2027?
I don't. Let me tell you, in a good country, let me tell you, if you want the
Forget a
best
good
of the
country. I'm asking you this one. Forget a good country. I'm
can
asking
go
you this one.
anywhere.
Do
Anybody
you?
that wins the election can take it. Can go anywhere.
Okay. Okay. All
Okay,
right. No problem.
let me make my own submission, please. I think I will not dwell too much on Edun case because no matter what you are going to say, it's already been maybe have to stay home or sack or maybe we have a new finance minister and coordinating minister. The one thing I like about the new one is that at least he is qualified for the position, having experience as a chartered accountant, as a taxman, and also know more about the economy. The only thing that I wish him good luck, and I wish he can come out with policy and coordinate the necessary parastatals and coordinate the economy in a way that will continue to improve the economy of the nation. But as since the president came in, I think we have seen a lot of visible improvement in our economic because unless we are just lying to ourselves, we are no more we are able to meet our financial obligations, and most of the governors have enough money in their till. But one thing that majority of people forgot is that we are practicing constitutional democracy. The president of a country cannot tell a state governor what exactly he should use the state allocation of of a state to do. He cannot control them. It's not a military head of state. This is a civilian president. He can only
But
appeal.
nobody says so. Nobody says you should control the governors.
No. I'm saying this that
I'm
because
talking about the money from subsidy. The money saved from subsidy. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying you should tell the governors what to do.
Can you let me finish first because I don't want interjection now. Sorry. The money saved from the subsidy were given to the state, and that is according to the constitution of Nigeria, that every money in the federation account should be shared equally among the three tiers of government. So you cannot tell us that the money being saved, they should just set it aside and then the president can just use it willfully. No, that is not. He must follow the constitution to the core. And those money, that is why you see that Nigeria have a federation account. And all money, all revenue go to that federation account. Even recently, the money from NNPC is also asked to be remitted to that account. And once it's remitted, then the money goes to the three tiers of government. The beauty of democracy is this, in which most Nigerian people have not been doing. If we started doing this, and then we continue to decentralize power from the central, I think that country would be a better country. Our people should get involved in politics locally. Our people should hold our elected representative accountable, both from the federal senator rep, House of Assembly member, and the governors. We should hold them accountable because the president, of course, generality direct the economy of the nation. But even after giving them their fair share of the federation account, what are those governors doing? Some of them, I don't know, some of them are performing very well, some of them, nothing to write home about. So sometimes, and I also think that because the way the country is being held together, unnecessary division among the major tribes and all the tribes, everybody want to put a hand on the cake at the center. So because of this, sometimes you won't be able to get the best out of people. Most time, it's all going to be mediocre. Whether you like, bring Jesus from heaven to come and be the president of your country. The same thing will continue because most Nigerians are not really patriotic to their leaders, to their country. Whether you are followers or you are a leader or you are a leader, it's the same thing. Now, let me talk about politics. From day one, ADC belonged to Atiku. Is the one that purchased the party. Is the one that brought the people together. And those people that knows about it are three people: Atiku, El-Rufai, and Amishi. Then they brought in Aregbesola. The reason they brought in Aregbesola is because it's no more in good time with Tinubu. They brought him. And they have already finalized those people that is going to be party chairman, party secretary, everything they already finalized. And will be started finalizing it. I think they probably maybe they can join with a VP slot. Maybe he accepted or not, nobody knows. But he has his own conscience. He knows the truth. And when you are talking about Nigerian politics and you are telling me,
right from day one, we'll be asking, what is the agreement that he has with them? Nobody knew. How can you just jump with a party and then you will be demanding for something that how can you make it such a demand?
And then another thing is this: in Nigerian political, let me finish quickly. In Nigerian political terrain, money plays a big role. It's a money politics. Don't let anybody cajole you or sweet talk you that he will not spend money. Maybe he's already at home with Ojuku or all the big leader just raise his hand, no primary, he just impose it on the people like that. Maybe that is what he wants. That maybe if he can beg everybody, they will just say, okay, we forget our own ambition. I will just pick you. You are our presidential something. No. But unfortunately for Atiku too, he is very selfish politician. And you knew quite all right that the Northerners just have 8 years of presidency. This is an ungentleman agreement in Nigeria. You know that it's the turn of the South. Why do you keep on contesting every election unnecessarily? It's just unnecessarily. Even if you don't want to contest and you don't like Obi, you can throw your weight behind any other Southerner. But as selfish as he is, he's not going to step down for anybody. And everybody knows the truth. He's going to contest under that ADC, whatever what happened. So I will blame the other people. Kwankwaso was a confused man. He does not know what he wants. How come? I don't also understand it. You guys are presidential candidates in the last election. You cannot build on the success you have. Kwankwaso should have built on the 1.2 million votes he got, build on himself in the Northwest, reach out to the Southern people. Obi with over 6 million votes, build on the success. No, you fit everything away. Now you are now begging the same person that used some thousands of votes more than you. Begging them, I don't see I don't know the correlation. I don't understand it.
Because you're undermining the power of building coalition. That's why it's not that easy. It's
not to be frank with you, nothing comes easy. But if he had started in 2023 after that election, he would have built the coalition. He would have stood the leadership torso in Labour Party. Maybe Labour Party today will have merged with ADC and will have more strong hand to even negotiate.
But you saw what happened now. I mean, you see, this is the thing, right? When you start blaming the victim, hold on. You have a Supreme Court judgment in April, and a government parastatal refused to obey that government judgment until 8 months after. And you are here blaming them. Oh my God! I think we have to be fair. We have to be fair.
When you talk about Nigeria, most Nigerian politicians know the system in Nigeria. They cannot lie about it. You are given
let me 1 second, please. So I have to get off. Joel, when did you change your mind? Maybe it was an emotional response. You said that you would support Peter Obi as a VP to Atiku because you.
I never said so.
You said so.
No. If you bring out where I said it, I will stop talking on a one-man show. I have never said that. Never. Why would I? It's the tone of the South. I've always said it, and if I,
No,
I won't, I won't make
you
it.
can change your mind. That's okay, but maybe that was an
No,
emotional
I'm not
response.
changing my mind. I'm not changing. There's nothing like changing my mind. What am I changing my mind for? What am I
Okay,
changing my mind
go ahead.
for?
Sorry.
If you,
All right.
Okay, sorry. Let me continue. All politicians know how the system works in Nigeria. Politics is local. You went for an election. You claim you are the winner. Nobody is disputing with you. Go and prove that court of law. But when you prove it at court of appeal and the Supreme Court and they say you are not, but when we just oppose it, when you have a governorship, you went to court when you are a governor, and then at the end of the day, they gave you the victory, you did not condemn them. But this time around, you people started then they are bad people, they are
no, it's a different court we have today, and everybody knows. It's a different court we have today.
Don't let me lose my line of thought. I will finish. You do not complain that time, but this time you said you were the winner, and a lot of people are asking questions. What about the second position? How did you beat the second position? We look at the spread of Nigeria. You are not there in the northeast or northwest. You did not garner any vote. Your strength lies in the south and some part of the north central. That's over. Then they take you to the court of law. There we are now hearing so many stories. More than 40,000 police agents you do not have. So I think if you are really supporting this guy and you believe in him, you should also have it in your mind. He did not, maybe he does not know what he wanted, or maybe he was confused. The way he handled his stuff is not the right way. Don't let us be emotional about it. Politics is a dirty game. If you are Mr. White, don't go there. If you don't want to be stained or you don't want people to talk dirty about you, stay in your house and enjoy your food and with your and your wife. Enjoy your life. Don't go there. Don't complain. Anywhere you go, politics is local. The same called America that or maybe India and the rest. Politics is also local there. If Donald Trump does not have that, it's not a billionaire. Do you think he's going to get the Republican nomination easily like that? It's not going to get it because he's a billionaire. He rallied around so many billionaires around him and they supported him. And today, for the second time, he's not the president of the country. Are you telling me the people in America
It's a different ball game. If it were okay.
In conclusion, money plays a big role. In fact, number one major role in politics anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Okay, let me just say this real quick. We are quick to compare what is happening in Nigeria, or compare Nigeria to the United States. Please, these are two different systems. If Tinubu was the president, was President Biden, right, with what he's doing in Nigeria today, he would have destabilized the Republican Party. Is that politics? These are totally different environments. The issue there is this, and it's just simple. Tinubu did not manage the economy very well. And you see, for the many times too, he was outside of the country. You see, so there are many things too that comes into play. And that's the reason why we are asking, how is it that we are going to decision a 70-something-year-old man for an 80-something-year-old man? Are we going forward? Or are we going backward? If Atiku goes through this whole campaign period, and he wins, I bet you the next thing he will do is he will travel to abroad and stay there for 1 or 2 months, and we still have this same circle from the Buhari era. We didn't see that with Jonathan. We didn't see that with the younger candidates for Yaradua. My thing is just this: we just have to have a change of mind. We have to change our ways. If Obi says he's not going to pay, it's just that simple. When Buhari came into when Tinubu went to cut out Buhari from the north, Buhari had nothing. We forget it was the same issue. The Buhari contest in the primaries, We already knew who was going to win. He was chosen. And that's the reason why I'm saying it's just that simple. It is the turn of the South. And if you come to the South, who is the star boy from the South? It's Peter Obi. It is just something so easy. Tinubu would have contested. He had a wherewithal to contest. But he knew it was the turn of the North. And he took a back seat and supported the person and supported somebody from the North. Why is it hard for Atiku? Atiku had contested. Atiku, he contested when it was the turn of the South, and also when it was the when it was the turn of the North. So for him, the desperation is just the desperation stands.
Atiku then in Atiku party? Why can't he form his own party too? Abi?
No, because they said they were going to come in. Hold on now. It was meant to be a coalition, right? Hold on. It was meant to be a coalition. It was meant to be a coalition, just the same way Tinubu came into power. He came into Tinubu or Buhari came into power. He came into a coalition, and some form of coalition also brought in Tinubu into power, whether we like it or not. We had a PDP, the Jackson 5, that ensured that Tinubu won that election. So let us not look at it like, okay, we are trying to know. The facts are there. It's just simple. It's an easy decision to make. If I were them, back Obi and Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso already has his own followership. Obi already have his own followership. And they are both good people. Push them forward. Amechi, hold on, my brother. Hold on, my brother. Amechi on his own. Amechi knows he cannot win any election. Amechi is gunning for the vice to Atiku. We know what is going on. So if they cannot come together and put their acts together, then they should just like go their separate ways. Probably Tinubu should continue. After all, in all of this, they're not acquiring the most. So what are we talking about? If they don't want the coalition to work, so be it. But what we are not going to do is that we're not going back to Egypt.
The only way you think the coalition can work is by giving Obi the ticket. So
no, but it is the right thing to do. Yes, it is the right thing to do because it's the right thing to do. If you are talking for the pathway.
Wait now. You gave the example. You said that Tinubu also got into coalition before he won presidency.
Yeah.
Then when he got
a coalition,
did he not say they should give him on the matter of God?
He do what?
He waited for how many years? For 10 years after the coalition. And he went into primary, well contested primary. So why can't we do the same?
It was see. You see, Tinubu brand of politics is quite different from that of Obi. And you can see the reason why. You can see the reason why. Listen now.
No.
You can also see the reason why his government is the way it is. Because it is like Boju kind of government.
We don't have a view of what Obi government will be.
No, we see that at the subnational level. Hold on, my brother.
Wait. We saw Tinubu at subnational level also. So he cannot project what you see.
What Tinubu did at subnational level is similar to what he's doing at the federal level.
Wait, see. All those, we knew what happened in Anambra, so we cannot come here and be telling us that we did well.
We knew what happened. What happened in Anambra? You that is talking. What happened in Anambra?
What legacy?
You cannot. You never lived in Anambra State. You've not stayed in Anambra State. You just want to go by talking points that you see on the news. The people that
Eh,
are Obi government are telling you that
if you
they
the
love
people,
him.
let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Can't be come here and they bring packaging for us. The people that even live in Anambra, even his own people, we have videos of what they said about it. We saw people, even doctors being
Please
on
raise that
strike.
case. Look,
We saw we saw
please
a,
raise that
we saw a
case.
lot of things that happened during the
If
regime.
if
So
Tinubu, look, let me tell you, if the government have anything on Obi, they would have brought it out. Especially with
we are
Soludo.
talking about
Hold
performance, we are
on
not talking about
now.
corruption. Wait,
No.
even
In terms of performance, it was excellent.
wait now, that
In terms of
same
performance, it was
Anambra did not
excellent.
even have a government house for more than 8 years, for 8 years of Obioro. It was now that they're
Government house
having a
to do
government
what?
house.
To government house to house who? To have those eggheads. Government
I
has to
beg
do
you,
what?
stop all these things that you are doing. You are just working the mathematics for Obi.
No, we are not
Let's see
working.
if
We are
you
not working
want. Let me tell
anything.
you,
He has a job
democracy.
to
Let me tell
do.
you. Wait,
And
wait,
we
do it,
had
do
hold on,
it.
please.
If you are,
We
if you
had a
really
government
believe in
house.
democracy,
We had a government house. You know, right? Don't lie about it.
when during that coalition, Buhari contested. This same article contested against him. Kwankwaso contested against him. Let him go into primary and contest. When he wins, fine. But for you people to now say you have to just bamboozle everybody, they must give it to him as if he's the messiah. No, let him participate. It's a democracy. Participate, and if you get the if you win the primary, so be it. Let him go and contest. Why do you need to just bamboozle everybody that you must step down for him because he's what?
My brother, that is not your business, if you ask me. Right? It is the party's business. It is not your business. I don't know why you are crying more than the bereaved. Why this issue is eating you guys up. Leave them to do their thing. I have said it earlier on the show. I said I put some blame on Obi, right, for going there without a clear-cut agreement, right? But that is that is that, right? I've condemned him on that part. But you coming now to tell me that Obi trying to down Obi's numbers.
Why is everywhere quiet?